start over again?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
City of Monte Sereno City Council meeting on June 16th, 2020 is now called to order. Ms. Gonzalez, please read the public participation instructions followed by roll call.
Council members, staff, and meeting participants, thank you for joining us this evening for the June 11th, 2020 Monte Sereno City Council meeting. Prior to the roll call, I would like to make it clear for the record of this meeting, and it should reflect in the minutes that the City Council meeting is being conducted pursuant to provisions of the Brown Act and recent executive order issued by the governor to facilitate teleconferencing to reduce the risk of COVID-19 transmission at public meetings. The Brown Act sets strict rules for teleconferencing. It requires that each teleconference location be identified in the notice and agenda, that it be accessible to the public, that members of the public be allowed to address the council from the location, that agenda be posted at the location, that at least one member be here at the council chambers, and that at least one quorum of the council be participating from within the Monte Sereno. The governor's executive order has suspended those rules. The executive order does require that we continue to notice meetings in advance and that we provide members of the public an opportunity to offer public comment. House rules. Before the meeting is called to order, I'd like to point out a few things to assist council members, staff, and members of the public to successfully participate in this meeting. Council members, please keep your microphones muted until you wish to speak. You have a hot mic. For this council meeting, we are using Zoom to host the council meeting. At the bottom of the Zoom client, there are two icons, chat and raise hand. Please use chat only to report technical issues, such as being unable to hear council members speaking. Please use the raise hand if you would like to be recognized and enabled to speak to the council by the mayor. For the public comment under the oral communication or any agenda item, emails can be submitted to the city clerk, limited to 350 words, and they will be read into the record. This limit is set to adhere the typical 3-minute allowance. Only attendees using the Zoom application can use the raise hand and option to comment. Participation from a telephone will allow only for listening and does not allow for any feedback. And finally, because we're not all in the same room, all votes in this meeting will be taken by roll call.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, Councilmember Elahi.
Present.
Councilmember LaBouvet.
Present.
Councilmember Turner. Councilmember Turner.
Councilmember Turner, you're on mute.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Temp Luthold.
Present.
And Mayor Lawler.
Present.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to welcome our public attendees tonight and remind those of you wishing to speak on agenda items to raise your hand only when we are discussing the item on which you wish to speak. This will eliminate confusion on my end, so thank you in advance. Orders of the day. Are there any orders of the day?
Yes, I had a concern. I didn't see the minutes of the last meeting on the consent calendar, so I don't know if there was an oversight or what happened.
That's a good point. At this point, I'm just asking if we need to change any of the orders of the day. I would like to suggest that we address item number 11 regarding the Youth Commission prior to item 9. Is this agreeable to everyone?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to oral communications. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on items not on the agenda? Please raise your hand to be recognized. Seeing none, I will move. Oh, hold on. I see one. Yes, Nathara Malwa, I recognize you are now unmuted. Nathara Mala, would you like to speak? Do you have something to say?
Mayor, if I can chime in, this is Steve Leonardo, City Manager, Monte Sereno. Nathara Malwa submitted a written letter on the Greenwood Lane item number 9.
Thank you. Okay.
So they may be wishing to speak on that item later. If not, that was one of the letters that I was planning on reading into the record if they cannot stay later in the evening.
Understand. So I'm going to go ahead and lower the hand. Thank you. All right, moving on to written communications. Ms. Gonzalez, do we have any written communications on items not on the agenda?
We don't have any as of now.
All right, thank you. Moving on to consent calendar. Are there any members wishing to speak on an item on the consent calendar? And Councilmember Elahi, you mentioned we're missing last week's minutes.
Yeah, I wanted to address that to see if there was a reason that they're not there or if those could be provided. Because we do need to approve minutes as we go along.
Councilmember Elahi, actually that was on me. I wasn't able to complete them in timely manner, but I will get those for the next meeting if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, thank you. All right, so seeing that we have no questions on the consent calendar, do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, we have a second. Ms. Gonzalez, roll call, please.
Sorry about that.
Right.
Councilmember Elahi,
Yes.
Councilmember Labouvet,
Yes.
Councilmember Turner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Temp Luthold,
Yes.
and Mayor Lawler.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. Moving on to public hearings. Item number 8, abatement of hazardous vegetation, brush. Mr. Leonardis, staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Lawler. Ms. Gonzalez, do we have a representative from the fire department on with us this evening?
We were going to have somebody from fire. Give me 1 second. Let me try to find her.
Is that Tracy Stager?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Council recognizes Tracy Stager.
I'm present.
Hello, do you have will you be giving us a report?
I did not receive a report. You guys have a resolution. If there's any questions, I can definitely answer the questions.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do we have do we have a report at this time, Mr. Leonardis? Or just open to council member questions?
Just open to council member questions. This is an item that we do over and over on an annual basis. The staff report is just look for council questions on this item, if any, or any.
Thank you. Do we have any council member questions at this time? Nope. Do I have a motion to approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of Monte Sereno overruling objections and determining to proceed with weed and brush abatement?
I'll make that motion.
To approve.
And Mayor, can you confirm before we vote that there are no public comments on this item?
Yes, I'm sorry. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment and return to the motion. Do we have a motion and a second?
Motion to approve.
I'll proceed
A
with,
motion to approve, yes. Gonzalez, may roll call vote, please.
yes. Councilmember Elahi,
Yes.
Councilmember Labouvet,
Yes.
Councilmember Turner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Temp Luthold,
Yes.
and Mayor Lawler.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. I just had a comment. The screen still says meeting will begin shortly. If you could correct that.
Yeah, we're working on that too. So we'll try to get that figured out right now.
There's a lot of stuff. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Thank you. All right, moving on, we're going to address item 11 first on the youth commissioners for 2020-2021. Ms. Gonzalez, do you have a report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lawler. Okay, so at May 19th meeting, we had 8 applicants that were appointed to the Youth Commission. At that meeting, you guys approved for the deadline to be extended due to the COVID-19 until June 9th for new applicants to submit. And since then, we had 7 new applications come in, 4 which were returning youth commissioners, and 2 are new applicants as well. So as of now, if you guys proceed with appointing these new 7 applicants, we would actually have a full 15 spaces completed for the Youth Commission. So I'm up for questions.
I'll move to appoint the 7 who have applied, and we've already approved the previous 8.
All right, I'll second that.
Great, I'll proceed with the roll call vote. Councilmember Elahi?
Yes. Do we need to do public discussion on this or no?
Oh, you know what? You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on item 11? Seeing none, we will return to council. We have a motion to appoint all 7 new applicants to the 2020-2021 Youth Commission, and we have a second.
Okay, roll call is Councilmember Elahi,
Yes.
Councilmember LaBouvet,
Yes.
Councilmember Turner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Temp Luthold,
Yes.
and Mayor Lawler.
Yes,
Okay, motion passes 5-0.
thank you. All right, moving on. Item number 9, appeal of the denial of a site development permit for the construction of a 5,990 square foot 2-story home and a 993 square foot accessory structure at 16005 Greenwood Lane. The request also includes the removal of 8 significant trees ranging in size from 22 to 75 inches in circumference. Ms. Hamilton, staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor Lawler and council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is a request to, it's an appeal of the Site and Architectural Commission's denial of a site development permit for a 2-story home at 16005 Greenwood Lane. The proposed construction is a 5,990 square foot home, a 993 square foot accessory structure, and the current request is the removal of 9 significant trees. And significant, again, is defined per our municipal code. Staff is recommending that the City Council overturn the denial of the Site and Architectural Commission and approve the requested site development permit. The applicant has made modifications to the proposed project to address the issues brought out at the Site and Architectural Commission meeting. Those modifications are related to design, massing, grading, and impact on the neighboring silver dollar eucalyptus trees. Additionally, the proposed new home design is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood of mixed architecture and is similar to homes close by design-wise. The second story has been set back more since the original proposal to address the issue of massing. The driveway that previously was proposed 5 feet from that tree of line of eucalyptus trees has been set back a total of 18 feet. Again, addressing some of the issues brought out at the Site and Architectural Commission. Additionally, staff had a concern related to the large driveway and drop-off area in front of the house, which caused a lot of grading and altered the slope of the hill at that corner. They have since removed that and redesigned that entry, just thus minimizing the grading. The proposed removal of the trees really does necessitate the development of a home at that upper portion of the lot, which is the less steep area, which is also the location where the previously approved home design was. So again, some of the background, this application was submitted in September of 2019. It did go before Site and Architecture in November of 2019. It is the fourth lot of a previously approved subdivision at the corner of Greenwood Road and Greenwood Lane. The other one lot was the existing home. The other two lots have been developed. So this is the last remaining lot to be developed from that subdivision. So it has been vacant for a while. The proposed home with respect to conformance to the zoning regulations, as I presented in the staff report, it far exceeds the minimum front, side corner, rear, and side interior setbacks by a significant amount, as well as the accessory structure that's proposed in the rear, far exceeds required setbacks of 6 feet and 10 feet. It's actually, I think, 23 feet and 20 feet. The size of the home that can be built is 6,000 square feet. So at 5990, this house does fall within the allowable square footage. The one development standard that is altered by the average slope on this lot, it being a little over 16%, is the impervious coverage. Normally, the allowed impervious coverage is 30% on a R144 lot. Because of the average slope being over 10%, it's then reduced to 26%. But again, all of the development standards are being met, if not fall well within the allowable standards. So as we talked about in the staff report, the original site design that went to Site and Architecture had a driveway that came up along, I'll call it more the northern side of the property, adjacent to a tree-lined driveway that leads to the back flag lot. Originally, it was set off 5 feet from that property line. There was some real concern presented at that hearing relative to the potential impact that could have on those trees. It was presented at that hearing that a 15-foot setback would be sufficient. That was from an arborist present. The applicant has modified their site design to have an 18-foot setback of that driveway from that property line. And as I said earlier, if you look on page 3, you can see how the original site plan and the modified site plan have been differ from the large drive drop-off area that was originally proposed is no longer there. So therefore they don't have to do any grading, and they've minimized that by solely using a small retaining wall at the corner of the home, so that there's just a walkway now leading up to a stairway to the front door. The other issue that was brought out at the Site and Architecture meeting was the massing of the home and the design relative to neighborhood compatibility. They have made some modifications to the massing. If you look on page 4 of the staff report, you'll see how that one corner was pretty much just the same building facade, whereas the modified design, they've stepped that second floor back to create a little more articulation in that design, thus reducing that solid blocky look of it. With respect to the architectural design, if you've driven around that neighborhood, you've noticed that there's not 2 homes the same. So there's a real mix of architectural designs out there. In fact, there are even a couple homes that present similar architectural features and character. I've just presented a couple of those on page 5. The trees, removal of the trees, if you do look on the aerial that's on page 2 of the staff report, you'll see it's a pretty barren lot with the exception of, you know, an oak tree in the middle. You've got a lot of perimeter trees, and then there's a couple, you know, oak trees up in that, it's probably the northwest corner of the site. There's practically no way to avoid that center oak tree because otherwise you'd be building on the steepest parts of the lot. There was a previously approved design on this property back in, I think it was the 2008, which is actually close to a 6,600 square foot home with significant grading. And again, it's in that area, and also proposed to remove those oak trees. So it's unfortunate, but again, it's one of those situations where, you know, to really have reasonable economic use of this property, you know, there are a few trees that need to be removed. There is a significant landscape plan that will serve to plant replacement trees well beyond, you know, a one-to-one replacement. I did go through the city's design guidelines and tried to detail out you know, how this proposal does meet the city's design guidelines. I know there's going to be a difference of opinion. However, again, in my professional planning analysis, you know, this is a mixed neighborhood relative to architecture. I think with the exception of 1 or 2 homes at the most, they're all 2 stories. They're all sitting up, with the exception of the east side of Greenwood. When you get down to this corner, there's creeping up the hill. There's a couple homes that sit above this site. So as far as the proposed home impacting visibility, I don't believe that that's the case. As far as privacy, that's always able to be dealt with vis-a-vis landscaping, which I think the applicant has proposed a plan which not only allows for privacy outward, but also inward. Again, you know, they're just as concerned that people are not looking onto their property and viewing it. You know, and as far as, you know, driving up and down a driveway, yeah, that's just going to happen. People are going to see others in the neighborhood, you know, going up and down the driveway, but to expect some privacy to happen because of that, it's not very reasonable. As to the siting of the home up on the lot, the grading has been minimized. There's going to be some, I think, if you look at, you know, the total, it's about 500 cubic yards. You know, the previously approved site plan moved almost 4,000 cubic yards. So again, we're getting a much superior project to the one that was approved in 2008, which I think is a good thing. This time, the applicant did put a lot of thought into how the site would, overall site would look once the landscaping is in and matured. Because again, it's going to be a shock to people's senses to see something on this property because it's been vacant for so long. But I think understanding that just like all the other properties in the neighborhood, once landscaping in it is in and once it starts to mature, that will begin to soften any sort of construction that's happened on this site. You know, the other properties in the area have that benefit because they've been developed and landscaping in the ground for, you know, anywhere from 15 to 20 years. So, you know, as far as staff is concerned, the applicant made significant modifications to the proposal to address the major concerns that were brought out at the Site and Architectural Commission's hearing. And as a result, staff continues to recommend support of this project, and again would recommend that the City Council overturn the site and architectural denial of the project and approve the site development permit. And with that, I'm available for questions.
All right, council member questions. Shall I start just in the order that I see everyone? Or just wave your hand and let me know you'd like to speak. Mayor Pro Tem Luthold.
So I guess, first of all, I wanted to go ahead with disclosures on my side. I met with the applicant for somewhere between 45 minutes or an hour quite a while back before the project was scheduled to come up the first time, I guess. And so I took a look, walked the site, looked at the comparison of the plans, and looked at the trees and talked to the applicant about it. I had not had any of the other neighbors reach out to me to speak to me, so I'm looking forward to hearing comments today. Also, I did read the comments that were submitted in writing that I assume will be added to the record.
All right, thank you. I also have to disclose that I did meet with both the applicant and a couple of the neighbors, the DeCanios, prior to the March 17th meeting, just to educate myself on the project. Does anyone else have anything to disclose at this time?
I do. This is Councilmember Turner. I met, oh, sorry. Can I speak? May I?
Yes, of course. Go ahead, Councilmember Turner.
I did meet with the applicant prior to shelter in place, as well as with the property behind the applicant's property. Also, probably a day or two after, before shelter in place. And I do have a question. Can we ask questions now of Ms. Hamilton?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Unmute yourself, Ms. Turner.
Councilmember Turner, you're still on mute. There. Sorry.
I have a question about the square footage of the proposed building. Could you give us a breakdown, please, for the first floor, the second floor, and the basement?
Yes, so if you look at the first sheet of the plan set, first floor includes the living space and the garage. So the living space is 3,365 square feet. The garage, the attached garage is 440. So that would be about 30, I don't have my calculator. The second floor is 2185. So 3,365 plus 440 is 5, 8 is 3805 for the first floor, inclusive of the garage, and 2185 the second floor. They show a basement of 2465 square feet, which again is subterranean.
So that would be about 8,400 square feet, correct?
Well, our calculation of floor area does not include the basement as designed. So we never include basement square footage in the dwelling size of a home.
I would think that you would include the basement if it were designated as a livable area.
No, the definition of floor area in our municipal code does not include basement if that area is does not extend 48 inches above. So that's the standard definition, whether it's part of an accessory structure or a main dwelling. It is not calculated in the floor area. That's been consistent in this city for years.
All right. Any other council member questions? Council member LaBouvet.
I just like to make my disclosures at this time. No, I have no questions for the city planner. I met with the applicant at the site previous to COVID and recently today discussed the revised plans by phone. I also met previously with Jack and Michelle DeCano, Tony Jeans, and I toured Paul and Pam Corolla's exterior of their home. I briefly met Mike McIntosh when I was introduced to Tony Jeans. And that's the extent of my disclosures. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lahi, any questions or disclosures?
Yeah, I do need to disclose that I've also met with the applicants, I guess, at the property, and I also met the neighbor, the DeCanios, at the site. And this was after COVID-19, so we did have to do some social distancing, but I was able to walk the site and look at it. Thank you.
All right, then, seeing that there are no more council member questions, I will now open the floor to public comment. I'd like to say for the record that council has received and reviewed all additional written correspondence on this item as of this afternoon. The procedure for this hearing is as follows. First, the applicant, Jyoti Reddy, will provide a 10-minute presentation followed by public comments of 3 minutes each. Once I have called on everyone, the applicant will have a 5-minute rebuttal period. I will then close public comment. Remember to please use the raise your hand function to be recognized. You will each have 3 minutes. I will be calling on public attendees in the order in which they are received. And to begin, I'd like to start with Mike McIntosh. Council recognizes Mike McIntosh.
Mayor, this is Steve Leonardis, City Manager. I think the applicant should present their 10-minute presentation first.
So sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes, you are absolutely right. I'm just getting ahead of myself here. Yes, Jyoti, ready? Do you have your presentation ready? There you go. I will need to unmute you, and I'm not quite sure which. I don't see the applicant in the attendee list. Is there a different name I should be looking for?
Yes, Mayor Lawler, this is Viswa.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lawler and council members. This is Viswa, and my wife Jyoti will also be tag teaming with me on making a presentation. Thank you in advance for taking time to listen to us. We will approximately speak for 9 minutes, and we will be handing over the mic to our architect, Shireen Basal. So next slide, please. Okay. Just wanted to say we've been a long time Bay Area residents. This is 3rd year owning the Greenwood lot. We would like to, we absolutely fell in love with Monte Sereno. I'd like to make this house a retirement home and make it accessible. Our daughter went to college last year, so this is when we have time to actually proceed the plans. So next slide, please. Okay, this is our team, all are licensed contractors. They should be on this call as well. Just wanted to introduce this slide. Next slide, please. Okay, would like to seriously highlight that we are very consistent with the zoning that has been provided, and all the design guidelines as noted in the staff report. This project does not seek any variance and no exceptions. This is not a zoning change ask. Absolutely, it is not a zoning change. And we have been recommended by the staff. So next slide, please. So this is the guidelines of the city. Just want to note that due to the slope of 16%, we are only given 26% of maximum impervious coverage. Next slide, please. As you can see, allowed is the column that we have been given with. Proposed is the column that we are meeting, especially with respect to setbacks, which will which will help a lot in privacy. We are almost like 2 times to 3 times, 3.5 times. As you can see, all the green fonts is where we are
above and beyond on compliance. So next slide, please. Okay, this is the set of documents that we have submitted. It's a full architectural plans, some extra details, grading and civil and arborist and traffic consultancy reports, etc., including the latest landscape 3D renderings. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, next. So first we have the required setbacks on the site plan. As you see that, that's where we can potentially develop this land. Next. And then we add to that the slope factor. As you can see, the lot is pretty much sloped on the south east corner. And also we have the steep slope that requires significant grading. Then next. Then to that, we can add the trees that the neighbors' trees further constrained our development area. So this left us to the middle portion where we can reasonably develop this lot for our economic enjoyment. As you can see, next. This also means the structures had to stay within that flat pad so that we can limit the earth movement and serve the structures to a common driveway for access. Next slide, please. So the result is what we have today, a site plan that meets all these situations, the site specific characteristics, and this is what we are proposing. Next slide, please. So as you can see, we have provided some stats from how the grading has changed from November 19th to the recent submission because of the request by the Site and Architectural Committee and staff to remove the drive turnaround in front of the house. We have eliminated that as well, even though it's going to make the house less accessible. We still compromised on that big feature as it was going to be a retirement home and cut down the grading. And as you can see, we have become much more efficient in terms of grading the numbers as well and the earth movement. Next slide, please. So here is what we have. We have a full-scale landscape plan that was missing from the November, and we want to bring back the rural character on what is currently a naked, a vacant lot with no planned landscaping from decades. It's been lying vacant as well. Next slide, please. As you can see, we are adding 39 trees, total of 626, that lends to the rural character. It also maintains the semi-rural character of Monte Sereno. We have a fruit orchard, we have a vineyard and vegetable garden. And my landscape architect is on this call as well. He will elaborate a bit more later. Next slide, please. So these are the significant design changes we have done based on the site and architectural feedback, and also based on neighbors' concern of respect, and also added some more collateral in addition coming to this meeting. And just to note that, by pushing out and doing the changes, significant changes by reducing the mass in the corner of the building, as the staff report mentions, we have lost a bedroom on the second floor. We have actually given more than 13 feet to the back neighbor, in addition to the 60 we had. So we are significantly far from them by 73 feet. All the other homes on the street have a nice driveway turnaround. We still compromise. Next slide, please. We also pushed the driveway from 5 feet to 18 feet, from eucalyptus trees from 16 to 24. And we listened to all the concerns that were expressed at the site and architectural. We added additional screening for increased privacy from back neighbors. We also added tree protection measures for all existing trees on our property and boundary trees based on ISA qualified arborist report. And you can also see that we provided colored 3D renderings and streetscapes for neighbors to visualize what has always been a vacant property and abandoned. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the extent of the changes we have done. As you can see, there's plenty of additional privacy we are providing in the back. We have pushed the house from the earlier footprint down the hill by 13 feet, which is significant. We also lowered the elevation of the house from 542 feet to 540. And we tucked the basement into the middle of the property from the street corner based on the feedback from site and architectural. We also pushed the second floor back and added a lot of screening to at the street corner in terms of the landscaping. We removed the circular driveway, and push the driveway all the way to 18 feet. Next slide, please. This slide should explain the extent of the changes that went in terms of the mass and volume reduction at the street corner. So where you can see the second floor has been pushed in, the basement has been pushed by 18 feet into the property, so that what is visible today is just the first floor at the street corner, and it's supported by very strong landscaping as well. Next slide, please. So the result is what you see. You see a house that is strongly compatible, and we'll also have a landscape architect chime in a bit later to explain what has been done. You'll also see how the street corner is going to look like.
Next slide.
Next slide, please. Yeah. The street corner, this is the view for the street corner, how it's going to look with the landscaping. Next slide. And this is how the aerial streetscape would look like. Next slide, please. So far, we have made multiple arborist submittals. In March, we have Dave Larsko and Associates. November, Kilty. And we also have been writing, letters, explaining our position on this project. Next slide, please. So this is a very key picture. As you can see, our driveway is now 18 feet away from the proposed ground for the trees, 18 feet away with a 15-foot tree protection zone fence radius. And you can see that we're much farther from the trees than before. Next slide, please. And we also had, arborist recommendations that we followed. We inventoried all the trees. We had November plans that were closer. So based on the meeting feedback and arborist recommendations, we moved the driveway further. We worked very closely with the fire department, Santa Clara Fire Marshal, to comply with the regulations, which were not negotiable. Driveway is now 18 plus feet away from the boundary trees. And as you all know, neighbor's driveway runs right next to the base of these trees. And so we made a lot of accommodations in order to, in the spirit of moving forward with our project. Next slide, please. So one thing I did want to notice, quickly and not dwell too much, since we have sent enough information about this to the council members already as a matter of record, is the inconsistencies in the reports we have been seeing from the neighbors consulting arborist, Monarch Consulting specifically. Next. Where their opinion in other projects similar to ours has been 3 times to 5x trunk diameter. Next. Next, please. And they have been recommending maximum encroachment distance of 3 to 5 times trunk diameter. So this is for the project done, that is been published and it's public as well. Next slide, please. There's another instance where they have done all these projects where they're the consulting arborist, and they actually have been recommended 3 times to 5x of the DBHS, the diameter best height of the trees. So they were the consultants for the applicants of the projects that are being developed, and they took liberty with the neighbors' trees as well, where they said only 3 to 5 times diameter of the trees protection would be more than sufficient when the development is happening only on one side, as is the case in our situation as well. So what this means is also, this is the summary, is that this only translates to no more than 7.5 to 12.5 feet for this project, where the driveway could be potentially located, if you apply the same standards they have been using for the other projects. Next slide, please. So there's another inconsistency as it relates to the project itself. The November meeting, as the staff report mentions, they suggested 15 feet was the distance thing as well.
Yes.
Yes, and then so the bottom line is that we are accommodating 18 feet everywhere and 15 feet for tree number 15. Next slide, please.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, your 10 minutes is up though. So can you wrap this up?
Yeah, if you can give me just a little more time. These are important points. Thank you very much. So there is a myth that we are on a very prominent hill, but our building pad is the lowest. Next slide, please. Here you can see the green is us. Our elevation through GIS data is 540. As you can see, the lots right behind us are 549, 554, 543, and there is one at 563. So the myth, we are not the hill. So they are the hill over here. And also our lot has a gentle plateau. So we are taking advantage of building the house over there. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, here again, our house is like a too tall, 2 stories, but our proposal is consistent and we are lower than the neighborhood home. Next slide, please. You can see 16005 is us. You see all the neighborhoods, predominantly 2 stories, everybody. There's even one gentleman who built 3-story house. So we are very consistent on that. We are not the 2 tall ones. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Again, we are a flat land on a house hilltop. I will please bear with me and see some examples. Next slide, please. This is a house with elevation 563 feet. Remember the number 540, please. We are 540. 563, 549. Next slide, please. 708. Next slide. This is a 3-story home. Next slide, please. 619. Next slide, please.
All right, you really do have to wrap it up. I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't know where we are. You can keep going. These are all examples. Keep going, Mayor Lawler. Slide 43, if you can go.
Yes, wrap it up as quickly as you can.
Yes, no, yeah, keep going, Mayor Lawler. 43, keep going. Keep going. 43, yeah, slide 43. So this is the view from, no, previous slide. Previous slide, please. Previous slide, please. One more. No, next slide, please. I think it is going too fast. Next, please. Next picture.
Okay, I'm gonna have to butt in here. You do have rebuttal time, and there will be plenty of time to answer questions. So at this time, I'm going to ask, if I may, I'm going to ask you to end your presentation.
Okay, all right.
So we want to leave you.
Yeah, we just wanted to say that this slide and next slide already provide enough privacy, and we want to thank you for your time on this. We want to say anything.
Yeah, thank you very much for hearing us today.
Sure,
Yeah.
thank you. And actually, I'll have council go ahead and ask questions at this time.
Yes, please.
Are there any council members with questions?
No.
Oh, okay, doesn't look like it. Okay, so at this time, you will get your rebuttal period. I am going to open it to public comments. Remember that you will raise your hand to be recognized. You have 3 minutes, and I will be calling on them as they are received. And so our first up is Mike McIntosh.
Thank you, Mayor Lawler. I'm Mike McIntosh. My wife and Maureen have been living here for the past 26 years, and we're roughly 100 yards from the site that's under discussion. First, I want to thank the council for all that you guys do for our community. Looks like a lot of work, and I hear the pay isn't that great. Right near the intersection of Greenwood Road and Greenwood Lane, you see examples of 2 very different approaches to property development. One is where, in very few cases, some random developer was able to force fit a design for maximum near-term profit, extracting value from the community rather than adding. 2 is where, ideally, a future member of the community first gathers neighbor input and then selects a design that is harmonious with and adds value to the area. This was and is the case with the Beshoff House, the DeCanios, the Corollas, Deb Barber's house, and the same was and is true of the 4 historical houses on my driveway, which was originally known as Round Hill back in the early 1900s. This was and is true of many of the homes further up Greenwood Lane, including John Steinbeck's old house. All respect the unique beauty of this area. And even the new contemporary that's on Upper Greenwood Road fits nicely into its surroundings. The Greenwood Road, Greenwood Lane area is one of the last remaining naturally scenic areas in all of the Silicon Valley. It's priceless, and it cannot be allowed to be degraded. Judging from her actions, the developer before you tonight cares about none of this. Quite the opposite appears to be true. She is attempting to force a recycled design on the site, She is manipulating and misrepresenting certain facts, as you will hear later. And she has not once asked for our opinions. She demonstrates no interest in what most of us would simply consider common courtesy. And without even breaking ground, she has already extracted value from the neighborhood by forcing us to organize our opposition, 2 times, mind you, spending hundreds of person hours to protect what is ours. The Site and Architecture Committee came to the right conclusion several months ago, but here we are again. In my view, this isn't rocket science. I ask the council to require this developer and anyone who chooses to build in Monte Sereno to simply design from the ground up in a way that complements the site and the area, to put forth a design that does no harm to the existing residents. This is far from a superior project. This is a spec home, and I'm shocked by Jeannie's recommendation. All you need to do is take a 30-minute walk around the area, and you'll know how unique and valuable this neighborhood has become. So please fully reject this plan and do not reduce the value of our homes and our neighborhood. My wife, Maureen, will now take her 3 minutes to show you around the area.
All right, thank you.
Yes, so I'd like to take you on a walk that I've enjoyed regularly with our dogs and kids for the past 26 years. And I can't state more clearly that a house on this corner that rises from the street above our heads as high as 4 to 5 story commercial buildings would be obscene. Why anyone would approve of defacing this area in this way, I have no idea. So let me show you, if I can, a little section of Monte Sereno that is so special to us.
What most of Greenwood Road is like. But here's an example of a home that actually fits in nicely with the environment. And now I'm going to show you clips of our walk around our immediate neighborhood. This is what the founders of Monte Sereno were trying to protect. Yep, it's a pretty special area. Right here in the middle of the Silicon Valley, if you can believe it. And as we continue down from the top of Greenwood Lane, here's John Steinbeck's old house. Pretty much as he left it way back when. And yep, this is where he wrote the book Grapes of Wrath and a couple others. We've completed the loop and now we're at my back gate. My family's lived here for 26 years and we're right next door to the Sherman's property. It's pretty spectacular. This is the Ferguson residence and we're walking down my driveway past our house. Off in the distance, we've got some pretty nice unobstructed views. Yep, these are just humble houses that respect the surroundings.
What neighborhood is it?
Yeah,
Not humble.
you believe it, we're about 200 yards from the site of this proposed development. And as we continue down my driveway to where it meets Greenwood Lane, we're only about 100 yards from the site. And here's the Corolla residence, built with great respect for the neighborhood on an even more difficult and more challenging lot. It's a beautiful house. It adds to the neighborhood. And here we are, the proposed site, where you can see it's basically an affront to all the senses, completely disrespectful of the neighborhood, disrespectful of the people who have lived here for 25 and 30 and 40 years. It would be a travesty to build something like that on this piece of land. Basically, the height of a 3 to 4 story commercial building.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate
All
it.
right. Thank you very much. I will now call the next member of the public wishing to speak. Catherine Proctor, you are now unmuted and recognized. Council calls Catherine Proctor.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
This is Glenn Proctor. I'm Catherine's husband. This is her Zoom, and I'm using it.
Okay.
Excuse me for reading this, but I want to include everything. My wife and I have lived here for 33 years. I oppose building this home on this beautiful site for several reasons. But first, let me give you my background in design and building residential homes. I started in residential home construction in 1963. For 35 years, I was a project manager for residential home builders and developers on land that included homes on hillside lots. While building homes on hillsides, I worked with soil structural engineers and architect designs to fit the house to the characteristics of the contour of the lots. I had my own design building construction company for 13 years. And then I also served on the Site and Architect Commission from 2005 to 2007. This is a unique site for a home and requires thoughtful design. By looking at house elevation on this plan, this type of house is not a correct fit for the site. This house is too visually massive. Even reviewing some of the proposed landscape, I was looking at, you could still see the massive structure of the house way above the landscaping. This land is conducive to a single-story house as indicated in Monte Sereno's design neighborhood compatibility design guidelines documented on page 12, item 4B3 and 4B4, addressing buildings with the contours of the land, and the home should be that should not be highly visible on hilltops and ridgelines. This proposed house clearly violates these directives. The applicant's approach to building this home on this lot is all wrong. The approach here is, I already have a house plan and I'm going to put it on this lot. Instead, the applicant who has this beautiful home site needs to design a house to fit the contours of the land according to the community's directive. The Site and Architect Commission turned down this proposed house for good reason. Now the applicant has made a few minor changes and hopes the council will make the mistake of accepting the proposed house. Unfortunately, this has happened in the past, and I hope the council does not make the same mistake this time. Also, I'd like to point out and bring your attention to the fact that the story poles and netting is not complete. And I refer to the plans on elevation, let's see, sheet A3. In the front elevation, there is a lone story pole by itself with a piece of netting dangling on its own. There is a very wide gap with nothing in between. I have pictures of it, and tonight I went back to look at it again. It looks like it's even higher than the adjacent poles, but I may be wrong because I'm looking up. When I sat on the Site and Architect Commission, all netting needed to be complete. I'd like to request that any future story poles and netting have an independent, qualified land surveyor, civil engineer, or similar construction qualified professional to certify that the placement of the poles is correct and the heights are correct. While serving on the commission, we often experience too many inaccurate or missing poles and netting. Not once did I find, or did we find, too many poles and that the netting was too high. Again, my wife and I and many neighbors request that you deny this application and have them design a home that fits this unique setting and contours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. Council recognizes James McNair.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Pleasure to be here. My name is James McNair. I am a consulting arborist and horticulturist. I am an ISA certified arborist, ISA tree risk assessment qualified, and an ASCA tree appraisal qualified. I've been preparing tree protection plans for over 30 years, and including plans for Treasure Island, Yerba Buena redevelopment project, the Presidio, and numerous commercial and residential projects. I'm also the contract arborist for the city of Healdsburg and a designated arborist for the city of Sonoma. I was asked by the Decanios to provide an opinion on the adequacy of the tree protection procedures for the 16005 Greenwood project. The concern was protecting the role of the mature silver dollar gums on their property that qualify as significant trees as defined by the municipal code. I reviewed all of the project arborist reports by Kilty Arborist Services, David Lasco and Associates, as well as the 3 peer review reports prepared by Monarch Consulting Arborists. And I've also reviewed at least 2 versions of the project plan sets that included the grading and drainage plans. So a critical disagreement between the project arborist and Rick Gessner of Monarch Consulting is the determination of the tree protection zone required for the trees. In the earlier slide provided by the applicant, they were using some of Monarch's old projects, but he was talking about critical root zone versus tree protection zones. And there's a substantial difference. The tree protection zone is the widest area that's required for tree protection procedures to be implemented. The critical root zone is the distance from the face of the tree where if there's root loss, you run the risk of either destabilizing the tree or severely affecting the health of the tree. And essentially, I agree with Mr. Gessler's statement that he actually is recommending 31 feet. He never recommended the 18 feet or 15 feet as appropriate. And this is based on standard industry publications that I've been using for at least 20 years. And it's generally most commonly based on a foot of radial distance from the tree for every inch of trunk diameter. So the average in this row of trees is 31 feet. And what's important to realize, this is a row of trees. So there's another row of eucalyptus on the other side of the driveway. And so most of the root absorbing system, or the system that is responsible for uptaking water and nutrients, is going to be on the side to the west. So, which makes, you know, a proper designation of a tree protection zone even more critical. And so I agree that 30 feet is the appropriate distance, and that 15 feet, you know, really isn't adequate for these mature trees. And it's also important to realize that, I think it has gotten lost, that the driveway and number of the structures will be underneath the drip line of these trees. So for years, the standard was you stay away from the drip line of the trees. And even with that standard, the driveway and improvements are below the canopy. The critical construction impacts that I saw was that in the driveway construction, there's talk about using pavers, but there's a detail that shows a 24-inch cut below the driveway. And that was never explained in the documents. Additionally, there's no underground utility plan. And the gas and electric and joint trenches would typically come up a driveway. And actually on one of the latest iterations of the site plans, you can see the stub out for that joint trench right near the entrance of the proposed driveway. So that could be a significant issue. The grading plans clearly show grading cut and fill areas adjacent to 5 of the trees, on the north end of the row. And that's not even addressed in the arborist reports. The other issues, the garage and pool house are located within that 30-foot TPZ or trunk tree protection zone. And also another issue would be the landscape planting. There's no landscape plan showing irrigation design because there's going to need to be a main line and laterals that are typically trenched anywhere from 18 inches to 24 inches. So bottom line, my recommendation is either put the driveway back to one of the original proposals on the other side of the site, or minimally shift it 10 feet further west and get the driveway beyond the canopy of the trees.
All right, your time's, I'm sorry to say, time's up.
Okay, any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Council recognizes Karen Krupp. You have 3 minutes.
Is this, hi Liz.
Hi, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Yes.
We're right across the street and we've been here for over 30 years. And we think the plans are beautiful. I'm gonna need a permanent full-time window washer. But we think the plans are beautiful and it enhances our neighborhood. It fits in with our neighborhood. And although, the commotion's going to be, a little bit annoying, and we're going to have to, we have private property along Greenwood Road that's to the street. So we're going to have to not let people park there. So I hope that the builders and the owners will understand that. But I know the builder, Tony Jeans. I would recommend my builder, Tony Iaconelli, because he tore down and built this house in 13 months. And Tony Jeans takes 3 to 5 years to build a house because he's built houses around here. So I would, if he was reputable and had integrity, and so I would recommend him over Tony Jeans. But I'm for it. I mean, this land is beautiful. It deserves love and a gorgeous house there. So that's where I'm coming from. I've been here for so long, and I love this land. I love this place. We're gonna, build quails, and we have vineyards, and we have berries, and we're so very lucky to be here. And I just want to share that with another family who can embrace that and love that and enhance that. So, that's where I'm coming from. I would not recommend Tony Jeans as a builder because he takes a very, very long time and there's a lot of work stoppages. But these owners deserve to build the house of their dreams, to enjoy and embrace this beautiful place on Greenwood Road. So that's where I'm coming from. And there's many trees on that property that haven't had love for a very long time. So if they can enhance the land, enhance the property, and just be one and beautiful with this special place that we get to share with God. So that's my opinion. Karen Krupp.
Thank you very much. Council recognizes, let's see, Vilaya, forgive me for not pronouncing your name correctly, Vijaya Kayala? I'm so sorry. If you'll have to tell me how to pronounce your name.
My name is Vijaya Gajala.
Okay, thank you.
Respected Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to be part of this discussion. I would like to present that I'm a licensed landscape architect. I have 30 years experience in the field of horticulture and landscaping. Our firm offers a landscape consultations. We are a design, installation, and maintenance firm. We are very sustainable and ecological minded and extensively in Saratoga. Hello? Saratoga and Monte Sereno and the Los Gatos and adjoining areas. I specialize in horticulture. My credentials are in the horticulture field, and I've previously worked at the university in teaching as well as a subject matter specialist and also in the research. And I collaborated with the agronomy and agroforestry. One of the topics of our research was on eucalyptus trees, and we have come up with a bunch of recommendations for the people. The biggest problem with the eucalyptus trees is their negative impact on the environment. And this is not a native plant. It's been imported plant. It came from Australia, and it has impacted a lot of native trees and depleting the food and shelter sources, and also its shallow root system, making it very problematic. These eucalyptus are very prone to falling because they have very shallow spreading. And when something places pressure against them, they just fall. So our recommendations were that either you remove these trees or you coppice the trees so their root system goes deep into the soil so they become more sturdy. This is a tree that shouldn't be in the first place planted. So these are not valuable trees at all. And I would highly recommend, this eucalyptus trees be replaced with something more native, like oaks, native trees, which are highly suited for this site, the beautiful Monte Sereno. And I see there's no problem with the planning as such, with the plan presented. And I've seen the other houses around, all are 2- and 3-story buildings. And I don't see why some of the neighbors are upset. In fact, they should embrace this new neighbor, and like Karen Krupp has said, they deserve love, welcoming, and embracing them and welcoming them into the neighborhood to build the home of their dreams. With that, I want to just withdraw.
Change that. All right. Thank you very much. Council recognizes Todd Williams.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Todd Williams. I'm a land use attorney representing the applicant. First, I want to compliment staff for its detailed staff report and for the time it's taken and for the council's consideration of this project. Second, I think as a legal matter, the legal issues are pretty straightforward. This appeal is not about one neighbor versus another. Rather, it's whether this project was consistent with the city's site development permit standards. As the city staff report properly and thoroughly determines, the project is fully compliant with all applicable planning and zoning standards, including the design guidelines. Good. That determination is legally significant, as I will explain. Moreover, while not necessary for compliance, as you have heard, the applicant made several additional design changes in response to issues raised at the Site and Architecture Committee and by neighbors to accommodate their concerns. These changes result in a project that is even more compliant with the city's regulations. The applicant must be judged by the same standards and allowed to develop consistent with neighboring properties. Staff confirmed that the home design before you is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood of mixed architecture and is similar to homes close by. Other changes have addressed concerns regarding massing, the driveway location, tree protection, privacy, and reduction in the amount of grading. These changes continue to demonstrate and enhance the project's consistency with the city's applicable regulations. The staff report sets out and provides substantial evidence to support the fact that the project complies with not only the city's general plan and zoning ordinance, but with 20 different provisions of the design guidelines. Staff concluded that substantial evidence supports the driveway location and the tree protection program. As has been pointed out, the neighbor's driveway itself is at the base and under the drip line of the trees that are being discussed. Staff concluded that all the findings for approval of the permits can be made and are supported by substantial evidence. So the project complies with the requirements for issuance of the permits. Certain suggestions have been made in comments, such as moving the home down the slope or moving the driveway, but this would actually conflict with the city's design guidelines. Again, as demonstrated in the staff report, including guidelines 4B1, 4B2, 4B4, 4B5, and 4C1. As staff noted, the proposed plan, quote, minimizes the grading, and that stepping any construction down the steeply sloped areas of this lot would involve excessive grading and push construction to the street's edge.
Nice.
Moreover, the application is governed by a state law called the Housing Accountability Act. That law restricts a local agency from denying a development application when a reasonable person could conclude that the project is consistent and in conformity with city's applicable regulations. The staff report satisfies this standard. In addition, the city did not identify any objective standard with which the project does not comply within 30 days of the application being deemed complete. As such, the project is deemed consistent. Thus, under the Housing Accountability Act, the city may not deny the project unless it were to find a public health and safety impact that's not present here. So in summary, to
All right.
deny—
Go ahead. Yeah, just wrap it up. Your time's up.
Oh, she didn't like that. She wants to deny it.
No. I'm just trying to keep everybody within the, in the 3 minutes here. So if you could just wrap it up real quick, we'll move on. Thank you.
One more sentence. So in summary, to deny the appeal, the council would have to conclude that no reasonable person could find this project consistent with applicable regulations and would also essentially be creating new unwritten rules to justify a denial, and would be akin to treating this property and the applicant differently from surrounding properties and surrounding homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council now recognizes Paul Corolla. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'm Paul Crolla, and thanks for letting me talk. And 20 years ago, we built our house right next to this lot, the next one up on Greenwood Lane. And it's been 20 years, but I remember at the time that we did an awful lot of work, spent a lot of money to make the property, make the neighbors happy with the property and to make it blend in. So I just want to say that up front, jumped through a lot of hoops. And I sure hope the city's standards have not changed in 20 years, because I think the same judgment should be applied to this law. Is it possible, Mayor, for you to show, I gave a PDF which is under public comments number 3, which is a PDF. If you go to page 41.
Let's see. We'll have to ask our IT guy. He's in charge. If Dave could possibly pull that up for us.
Well, I don't want to chew up a lot of time, but
let me see if we can get that.
Yeah.
But that
it's a link on your agenda page, public comments number 3, and I think if you click on it.
Yeah, we're working on it. I've paused your time for right now, so
Okay.
he's working on pulling it up.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, go to public, yep. And that's a PDF, I think. And then if you go to, I have a couple of pages starting on page 41. I think you can quickly go to page 41, by the way, by typing 41 in the little thing at the top there. But yeah, it's fine. I think you guys have been snowed under with all kinds of input on this project. Mine's included.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
21. Yeah, you have a little over, just to give you a heads up, you have a little over 2 minutes.
I can't possibly go through the whole document, but what this is it's the city's design guidelines. And so I went through this and I made comments on pretty much every page as to where this house does not comply. So maybe if you could flip to the next page. Yeah. So this is design the home to fit the neighborhood. So I think we all know this house is going to be huge. It's got a garage as well, and then not shown as an additional dwelling unit that sometime in the future is going to be put there. I think by the time you add all that lot up, you're probably close to about 9,000 square feet. It's on Greenwood Road, where most of the buildings are single story, some are double story, but if they are, they're very understated and low and well set back from the street. And I think this is going to be the big exception on the block. And it's made worse by the fact it's on a hillside and it's like going to be like a fortress that just towers above the ground. So next slide, next page. It's been said before, I'll say it again. The basic problem, I think, is that this is a design for a flat lot and it's being plonked onto a fairly substantial gradient hillside. So net result, moving earth here and there, big gap to get up to the front door, lots of steps, and the plans are very deceptive in this regard. So I want you council members to please beware. The plans are very deceptive when it comes to the grade and the elevations and all that. Could you go to the next page? This talks about setbacks and the mass of the structure. I think the building's huge for the lot, especially if you include dwelling units. I think there's going to end up being one not shown on the plan. It looks to me like the primary goal of this project has been to maximize square footage, and not just strive for something that's elegant and nice for the neighbors and the surroundings. Go to the next page. This one says the house should minimize visual impact on the surroundings. Well, just the opposite. I think it's going to have a huge impact on the neighborhood. Go to the next page.
All right, your time is up. If you could wrap this up, that would be great. Thank you.
It's supposed to be compatible with the natural terrain. I think it's not. It's supposed to flow with the land. I think you need a terrace design. And last but not least, please, please, please don't destroy the 2 oak trees that are set for destruction on the latest version of the plans. The ones next to my lot and the Decanios. Please do not destroy those. And just before I sign off here, my wife Pam is here and she'd like to talk to you for a little bit, but she's on the same machine. So if you can set her time for 3 minutes, I'd really appreciate that. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Pam. I live at 16105 Greenwood Lane. We're the house that's just to the rear of the new house being proposed. Obviously, we oppose this project for all the reasons that everybody has been speaking of. I also would like to say that we spent a lot of time working with our neighbors prior to building this house, and we were required to make some extremely expensive and huge changes to what we wanted to build in our own dream home, which actually ended up being our dream home where we raised our kids and lived for 20 years now. When we built our house, we were told that because of it being an iconic, prominent lot, we had to decrease the house size by over 10% to decrease the bulk and size of the home. And this included getting rid of balconies that were covered, such as in the new house that's being proposed. We were forced to lower the house height by several feet, resulting in huge amount of grading, engineering, and retaining wall expenses, probably several $100,000 worth. We pushed the house back 10 feet from the street. We lost a large amount of square footage. We lost windows. We lost design features that would have added value and square footage to our home. We required by the commission, by the city council, to make a nature preservation zone above the driveway. We lost a lot of land. Nobody can ever build on that. If we sell our home the following, people cannot ever build on it. And we did that because we wanted to preserve the rural setting, and the neighbors wanted it, and we wanted to get along with our neighbors. We widened the road, we installed a turnout, we added curbs to prevent erosion and paved the road above and below our property. We reduced the square footage of our cabana from 900 square feet to 650, so as not to look like a huge, massive building site. The creek areas above and below the house were mandated to have large boulders placed in and specified plants placed into the creek, all at a huge expense to us. And we were forced to replant oaks, 3 oaks for every tree we removed. Even though we did not remove any oaks, we preserved the oaks that were already here. I'm asking you to turn down this project because the Site and Architecture Committee turned it down flat. We worked tirelessly with our neighbors. This builder has not. This builder has no incentive to do that. She just wants to build a huge house on a lot and move on with her project. Please do not have double standards. We made our sacrifices and changes, and we expect the city to ensure that the design guidelines are strictly followed before this project is built. Thank you very much. We appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Council recognizes Barry Bonaparte. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Barry Kaplan Bonaparte, and I'm an attorney specializing in tree law. I wrote the legal treatise on the subject of tree law. I've written numerous articles and speak across the country, arborists, appraisers, surveyor, and legal organizations. I represent the DeCanio family, who arguably will be most negatively impacted by the proposed development, particularly given the placement of the driveway and the other improvements relative to their beautiful tree-lined entryway. I have reviewed all of the arborist reports, including the applicants and the peer review reports of Richard Gessner and James McNair. I know Mr. Gessner and Mr. McNair personally, and they are 2 highly regarded consulting arborists who consult for and with various municipalities, developers, and private citizens. Their reports do a thorough job of explaining why, under any of the plan versions submitted, the project will likely cause harm to the beautiful row of silver dollar trees lining the DeCanio driveway, and why the tree protection plan submitted by the applicant's arborist is faulty. There was a public comment made earlier about eucalyptus trees and the purported problems with them. If those comments had been made about blue gum eucalyptus, they might have some validity. But silver dollar gum is a landscape tree that has been used for over 75 years, and it's one of the few eucalyptus species that's not susceptible to pest and disease and is structurally stable. I would like to point out some important discrepancies pertaining to tree removals on the site. At the commission level, there were 6 significant trees slated for removal. In the proposed staff resolution, there are 8 significant trees slated for removal. In the most recent staff report, there are 9 significant trees slated for removal. But in the applicant's arborist report and on the most recent set of plans, there are actually 10 significant trees slated for removal. These discrepancies alone show the lack of care and concern for this important issue of preserving significant trees, which does not bode well for the Decanio trees. There is, however, a simple solution. Assuming that the project is denied for substantive and/or procedural reasons, clear guidance should be given to the applicant that any future plans must relocate the driveway and other improvements a sufficient distance from the trees as per the Gessner and McNair reports. As for the driveway, the applicant's own traffic consultant, Hexagon, indicated that an appropriate siting for the driveway would be 150 feet west of the crest and included a site plan showing precisely where on Greenwood Road that would sit. Or alternatively, the applicant could go back to the original plans driveway on Greenwood Lane. These alternatives would allow for development of the property without the risk of harming the trees, which if damaged could result in liability and a significant loss to the Decanios, their property, and to the neighborhood. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much. Council recognizes Steve Venuti. Steve Venuti, are you on mute? I can't hear you.
I had to unmute twice.
There you go. Okay.
My name is Steve Venuti. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the council. I'm on this call joined with 3 of my siblings, David, Lisa, and Phil. We're 4 of the 6 kids that lived and grew up on that property that's under discussion now. So thought I'd provide my my perspective. I live in Los Gatos now, so full disclosure, I don't live in Monte Sereno. I live there with my father, who actually was the one who bought the property in the early 60s. And he finally moved out. He lived there for over 40 years. So whatever decision happens, our lives are not impacted. So I'm not here to advocate one side or the other, but I am here to give a little perspective on what it was like to grow up in Monte Sereno and specifically that piece of land. And I'm impressed with the people who have talked about the land and the way they have. They're absolutely spot on if anybody's been there and lived there and experienced it. To Jack and Michelle Decanio, who I've never met, let you know that that if houses and property can take on the soul of previous owners, then you live on blessed land. It's impossible to explain and fathom the joy and love and community and laughter that went on in that property for 40 plus years. And that's the way it has been in Greenwood Road and Greenwood Lane, as long as I knew it. And I remember when I was a child, my father told me 2 facts about Monte Sereno that have always struck with me. One is you need an acre to develop land. That didn't strike me one way or the other when I'm a kid. But the other one, he told me that Monte Sereno has no stores. And I thought, you know, that's pretty cool. I was a kid. That's very different than those big cities like Saratoga and Los Gatos. I kind of took some pride in that. But as I look back, what it really meant to me was that Monte Sereno as a city works very hard to maintain its, its brand, so to speak. This idyllic city, as people have said, nestled in the foothills, in this little enclave in the outskirts of what has become one of the most vibrant, and richest areas of the world. I only looked at the overall guidelines for development today just as part of the meeting. I had never looked at them before, and I was struck by how those guidelines, talking about scale and compatibility with the neighborhood and minimizing the visual impact and so on. And I thought to myself, those really do resonate with me as how I would describe the Greenwood Road and Lane that I grew up on and that is now. So as I said, I'm not here to advocate on either side, but I am here to advocate on the side of Monte Sereno and the neighborhood. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's an incredible jewel. And I do wonder why there's such variance in perspective about whether these plans meet the guidelines or not. I think that's the fundamental issue here. And from my perspective, the most important outcome of this meeting would be that the ethos of the neighborhood be protected. It's the only way that Monte Sereno can continue to maintain its prized position in this valley. And if I had any recommendation, again, I don't have any horse in this race, but I certainly would recommend that the applicants, whom I don't know either, do meet with the neighbors. And it is a neighborhood. It will always be a neighborhood, no matter what's put on that property. It is a neighborhood, and meet, greet, listen. Everybody listen. All sides listen, and come to some sort of understanding, because you want to keep the nature of that neighborhood intact, definitely. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Venuti. Council recognizes Sumathi D.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thanks for giving me this opportunity to talk. I'm a resident of Monte Sereno. I live over on Dave's Avenue. And I've been following this proposed site development plan on the city website. And I just feel like I need to speak and give my opinion out. I've driven by Greenwood Lane. It's a beautiful neighborhood. And I've also looked at all of the plans provided on the website. And really, the plans conform to the city requirements. I'm sure these requirements were drafted taking into account the characteristic of Monte Sereno. And if it meets all the requirements of the city, then I don't understand why it's being debated here on such a huge basis. And another thing I've been noticing in this meeting is the neighbors, they seem to like to vilify the applicant by calling them developer. So I would just like to request that everyone maintain some level of respectability and not vilify people. Let's not come to conclusions about other people's intentions. I mean, they have spent their time, energy, and money to buy this property, and they're passionate about developing it. So let's just assume good intentions on everyone's part. And another thing is the applicants have been very understanding of their neighbors' requirements, and they've made accommodations to their plans. They've moved their driveway to accommodate their neighbors' feedback. So I would say that's being a good neighbor, and in the spirit of neighborhoodship, they've done something positive there. So I would like to just lend my support and say that the plans look beautiful. It meets the city guidelines, and I would like to support development in our beautiful city. I'm done. I just had something short to say.
All right, thank you very much. Council recognizes Alok Damireddy.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Alok Damireddy. I've reviewed all the comments and everything that the staff, the council has been saying. I completely support this project and the applicant. The plans confirm, based on my opinion and based on my experience as a developer and a homeowner. The primary part is the city has given the trust to planning department to validate the plans and ensure that they conform to the regulations. And the staff has done a phenomenal job to make sure and present this report. And that's been reviewed by a lot of people. So if that is not an issue, I don't see why Planning Commission or the City Council is actually going through these at this point, because in my view, the staff report is final in this case. The second aspect that I want to talk about is the fact that I have seen other instances in other jurisdictions within the vicinity where the state of California has taken away the ability of the city to issue permits if they don't conform to the regulations of the Housing Act as provided by the legal counsel. And I do think that is at risk if council does deny this. And finally, my other part of it is, it's not one neighbor versus the other. It's about giving feedback about how they can better the designs. And I think the applicant has gone to great extents to ensure that the design conforms to all the guidelines as validated by the planner. And she's done a phenomenal job on this. With that, I'd like to thank the council and the city of Monte Sereno for this opportunity. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Did
Is this for Debbie Mueller? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, can you hear us? We can hear you.
I don't know if my thing has been on.
Deborah.
Yeah, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry about that. That was
Great.
my fault. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I just have a few comments. You know, I'm not opposed to having a house built across the street from us and actually look forward to it. But I do have a couple of concerns. And the main one is the size or height of the house. When we built our house in the early 2000s, we had originally drawn plans with our architect. And we had planned to put a garage in as part of a basement since our land is pretty sloped as well. But at the time, we were told that 3-story houses were no longer allowed, and we had to go back to our architect, and we had to change our plans to 2 stories. And it appears that this proposed house has a visible basement since it's on a sloped lot, and it appears to look like 3 stories since the basement sticks out of the ground several feet, more than what is shown, I think, on the illustrated plans. So I'm just wondering if that 3-story rule doesn't apply to this project, and does it really fit within the guidelines? The fact that it's on a very visual corner and the height of the house from the ground is over 30 feet, it just feels really massive for the lot size, the slope, and the location. My other thoughts were mostly around design guidelines for the lot. When we built, we had concerns from the town council and neighbors around the landscaping, trees that might be removed, and retaining walls. So we worked hard to keep a lot of the land natural, and we kept original trees. There were mature fruit trees on our lot. We didn't use retaining walls. We actually put up a split rail fence, and we have a large setback from the street. Again, I believe everyone has the right to build a home that they desire, but based on guidelines for our neighborhood and from the town, this design with all of the retaining walls that are kind of close to the street and the size of the house, I'm just wondering if the town feels that the design meets the guidelines that have been set up. I think it's one thing to say that plans conform or that we've checked the boxes that are required, but I know we had to go back a couple of times to adjust our plans as we really wanted to make our neighbors happy and make sure that our home and landscaping added to the beauty of the neighborhood. And my husband and I think we finally met the guidelines and expectations of the town and neighbors, as that was very important to us. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Council recognizes Cheryl Cole.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for allowing us to speak. I'm Steve Cole. My wife is Cheryl. We live at 16216 Greenwood Road here in Monte Sereno. We have lived in this home for 38 years. Every day that I drive by this site on the way to my house, I see an eyesore and a fire hazard, a grass fire hazard. And that property is begging to be developed in the proper way. And I believe, as Jeannie Hamilton has pointed out, that the applicant has met every single guideline that was requested by Monte Sereno, and Todd Williams reconfirmed that as well. Yeah, I have personally met with the applicant. I have reviewed in detail his architectural plans as well as his site plans. I have looked at the storybook that he's had and the houses adjacent to it. And I see no reason whatsoever why this project should not be approved fully. I think it's a beautiful home. I think it meets the architectural requirements of all the various homes in the immediate area. And I believe if it didn't, it would have already been pointed out. The applicants have already gone back since last November and have done various changes to their plans to ensure that it was 100% in line with all the guidelines that are imposed within Monte Sereno. So I believe that there should be no reason why it wouldn't be approved. I think some of the requests for denials by Mike McIntosh and Paul Carolla, I believe have other personal interests involved as to why they don't want any development on that site. And I think that would be a mistake to deny this applicant of this home. Thank you.
And I'll say something also.
Yeah.
I'd like to add on as well. I'm Cheryl Cole, and we moved here from Chicago 38 years ago, and we feel that this is a little piece of heaven. We love Monte Sereno. We have supported everything we could, and we feel we have seen many situations where at the top of the cul-de-sac, and we have seen numerous times where construction wants to take place and there's always a neighbor that wants to object because they think it's going to block a view or it's going to do something that it shouldn't do. And all of these houses in the end have come out to be beautiful, and we've always supported construction where we feel if it meets the guidelines of Monte Sereno, the person has the right to do it. And if a neighbor has a complaint, then maybe they should have considered buying the lot when it was available instead of causing a problem. So we feel that if Monte Sereno approves, that there should be no objections to the construction. And we feel that they have gone to every extent to comply with the city codes, and they should have the right to build the house of their dreams. And I hope that they get to do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Council recognizes Dave Laxo.
That's Dave Lasco. Thank you for.
Dave Lasco, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. It's been an interesting conversation. There's a lot of opinions about trees. And I do know from my experience that trees that are located along property lines with encroaching roots and limbs tend to cause the most contention between property owners. And it's our job as arborists to find a solution that best fits everybody's wishes and protects and preserves the trees as best we can using current arboricultural standards. Now, I'm just going to go directly to Mr. McNair's comments about irrigation. I'll sort of work backwards here in his comments. To assert that all irrigation is going to be trenched at 12 to 18 inches throughout the critical root zone of these trees, I think is a bit of an overstretch. And so I have every confidence that the Crump landscape architecture is going to take this into consideration. And above ground bubblers and soaker hoses and all that is going to do just fine. Both Mr. Gessner and McNair have commented about grade and cut on the north end. As far as the plans I'm reading, the existing grade is at 540 and the finished grade is at 540 within the entire tree protection zone in that area. And so I fail to see what their comments or what their concerns are there. As far as I see, there is no grade change in that area. As far as the elephant in the room, the existing driveway, which was previously a non-pervious asphalt driveway built literally on 50% or more of both of the rows of eucalyptus trees critical root zones, that was demolished and taken out and replaced by a pervious paver driveway. That it had no effect on the trees, I think, is in and of itself a bit of a stretch, and yet the trees look wonderful. Now, pervious pavers are the exact material and methodology that arborists in the Bay Area, I suspect even Mr. McNair and Gessner, will recommend when hardscape has to be put or installed within the drip line of tree. So the issue of building within the drip line or disturbing the critical root zone, which is within the drip line of a tree, to say that that can't happen here or any other time, I dare say that anybody listening to this, take heed to what's being discussed here, that if this is denied based on the trees, that we have to move the tree protection zone out to 30 feet. This is going to come back on other people and other projects, and it kind of makes a mockery of our profession that we're supposed to have the skills and the knowledge and the experience to guide the community through these issues. Like I said, boundary trees are a tough issue. And so I think slide 21 of the Reddy's PowerPoint presentation is a very good visual for the non-initiated and even for another arborist. The 18 and 15 foot distances are striking when compared to the existing driveway. Now, this is an undeveloped lot, and so it's reasonable to assume that we have a vast root system for all of these trees that is quite deep also. We generally consider tree roots are going to grow down to about 36 inches. And so if we're to install a paver driveway, a pervious paver driveway at the...
I'm sorry, your time is up. If you could quickly wrap up, please.
Oh, yes. So the 12 and 6 times trunk diameter, we are well within industry standards. Placing the tree protection fence at 15 feet and properly pruning roots at 18 feet is indeed well within industry standards. That's why Mr. Gesner listed in his table 6 times trunk diameter. Right? And so there's a lot to talk about here, so I hope that helped.
Yes. Thank you very much. All right, council recognizes Kim and Ted Sang.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council members for listening to what we have to say. First of all, I'd like to say that I do oppose this project for the main reasons of the height, size, and scale that just doesn't fit our neighborhood. And my name is Ted Sang, and I do live at 16115 Greenwood Lane. So that's about 2 houses away. So on a daily basis, we do pass this lot on a daily basis. But I would like to talk about a topic that hasn't been touched yet, and that's about the possible improvement of Greenwood Lane. First of all, Greenwood Lane is primarily a one-way street with a two-way traffic that services not only Greenwood, but the residences beyond Greenwood, such as Matilaha, Ojai, Lucky Road, Overlook Road, and Lancaster Road. Thus, there's a lot of traffic along the street. Greenwood Lane is a very narrow street where, for example, cars, large trucks, or emergency vehicles are unable to negotiate their one-way direction when there's an opposing oncoming vehicle. When this happens, it often takes several minutes for the two vehicles to decide who has the right of way and how they're going to achieve passing each other. On the other hand, there seems to be some unwritten set of rules when locals approach each other and each knows what the correct path to successfully pass each one another. One solution that seems to alleviate this congestion is that there are sporadic turnouts along the street, which allows both vehicles to pass one another. These are often residential entrances or driveways that serve as turnouts, such as a turnout that I have in front of my home. So there have been numerous instances, such as cars sideswiping each other's, UPS trucks or non-locals backing up into the creek trying to turn around along Greenwood Lane, or pedestrians needing to quickly move out of the road because of a speeding vehicle that's trying to pass by. My observation of the street is that it can be a very treacherous and challenging if you're not familiar with the flow of traffic. So in planning the corner of Greenwood Road and Lane is as crucial as it poses several challenges. So please take a moment to consider the alleviation of following problems by, as a solution is a paved turnout to allow, number one, emergency vehicles to get out to an emergency faster if they encounter an opposing vehicle. Two, an easier negotiation between opposing vehicles. One point that should be noted is that The current lot already shows where cars have already made a natural turnout on the dirt to allow opposing traffic to pass when the vehicle sees an oncoming car from the opposing direction. Number 3, provide more protection for safety for pedestrians from passing vehicles. And number 4, lastly, the drainage at the corner of Greenwood Road and Greenwood Lane almost always floods on a yearly basis and poses a deep water hazard to motorists. Some type of improvement, such as an increased drainage, should be considered. With all that said, thank you for your attention and consideration to this matter.
All right, thank you very much. Council recognizes, let's see, who's listed as city council meeting? I don't know who this is, but you are recognized. Do we know who this is? I don't seem to be able to reach you, so I am going to go to the next person, and I will, council recognizes D. Kanata. Are we having?
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Mrs. Kanata. I'm Shirley Kanata at 16075 Greenwood Road. We are next door to the lot under discussion. Okay, now in 1982, we bought the first acre that Bill Venuti subdivided of his 4-acre property. At that time, the whole area across from our house was a large orchard that ran all the way down to the highway with only a small house on that corner. When we planned our house, we happily abided to the requests and desires of our neighbors, the Venutis and the Silvers, who were to the right and left of us. They wanted a low impact house. They wanted the house to be set back and to have a flat roof to keep the height of our 2-story house as low as possible. We did all that. They also wanted to maintain their privacy, so the sides of our house on the 2nd floor have only bathroom windows. 1 bathroom window on one side and 1 bathroom window on the other side. And to lessen the impact, to keep the mass down, our house is 4,300 square feet plus 500 square feet for the garage, just 4,800 square feet. And we have no cabana and no guest house. Now, since 1983, 8 new dream houses have been built on Greenwood Road, and 9 houses have been remodeled, most to larger sizes. And this is just Greenwood Road, not counting any houses on the lane. We have never objected to anyone's plans because the plans were always appropriate to the lot size and surrounding houses. When the previous owner of the applicant's lot, the Kleinmans, submitted a tiered split level design that conformed to the land by the architect Paul Bellotti, all the neighbors were pleased with the Kleinman plan. Now, it's obvious that over the many years, town council members committed and worked to guide each new owner to preserve the semi-rural, subdued elegance of the town as envisioned by the founders. The current proposal is the antithesis of semi-rural, subdued elegance. The house calls attention to itself in every possible way. The barely usable lot is covered in buildings. The ADU is in the front of the house next to the road. How would the neighbors like it if we built an ADU on our front lawn, or if the Coopers built an ADU on their beautiful front lawn? Furthermore, the plan gouges out the natural contour of the land and rips out venerable trees. Yes, everyone is entitled to the dream house, but not if it's everyone else's nightmare. Now, this 3-story house, and that's what it really is, call it what it is, this 3-story house plan with the oversized cabana and ADU belongs on a flat 3-acre lot. It would be a beautiful property on a 3-acre lot, but not on this relatively small sloped corner lot. So we asked the city council members, please guide this applicant to a more appropriate house plan. We have nothing against the applicant, it's just the house plan that we're against. Please guide them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, Daniel is going to talk. Hello?
Oh,
yes, Daniel.
Of course. Okay, so Daniel will get 3 minutes.
Yeah, hello. So we are located directly next to the proposed house, and we think that our privacy will be severely impacted. This complex of tall structures directly down on our family room and a second floor bedroom. We ask that the design guideline for privacy be followed. The existing trees and the planned small shrubs will not be enough to provide privacy. Please remove some of the windows. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, council recognizes Kathy Gruzanowski.
Myself. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for letting me talk. I've been living in this neighborhood at the top of Greenwood Road for 27 years. And I wrote a letter that you should have regarding this property. I want to just say that I'm concerned about the neighbors that are concerned, and those that are concerned are in the immediate area except for Karen Krupp. Everyone in the immediate area around this property is very concerned. I was contacted by Miss Reddy, and I'm happy to see a beautiful home built on that lot. I have no objection to it. And I said to her that it looked like a big footprint to me, but that she should talk to the neighbors who are concerned. There's a lot of money that's gone into homes in that area. And I think as a good neighbor, you should talk to the neighbors who are concerned to work through the issues. And I think that's been mentioned on the phone that didn't happen. So I wrote a letter to that effect. It seems to me on this call that there's been a number of disputes. One says the guidelines have been met, one says they haven't. Some arborists agree, some don't. I don't know. I think a valid point that was made was one by Mr. Sang about the danger of that corner. Every time I go down that street, people try to run that stop sign and I have to kind of brake, and now you've got another home and another driveway. So there's some valid concerns here that have to be considered by the council. My suggestion is this: try to get a home that fits in the property. It looks like a beautiful home. It looks kind of big to me, but it looks like a beautiful home. Great. The people in the immediate area don't agree. And if their property is negatively affected and their trees could be affected by it, like the eucalyptus trees, all due respect to the professor who said there's no value in them, the DeCanios bought a house that they paid money for the value on those trees. And that should be considered. So I don't see how the council can approve this project without having some kind of a community spirit where both parties come together and try to work on a compromise to the issues involved. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you very much. Council now recognizes whoever is listed as city council meeting. There is somebody. Have we figured out who that is yet? You still have your hand raised. I've unmuted you. However, I don't hear you. I can't tell who you are, so I will move on to council recognizing Tony Jeans.
Thank you and good evening. Could you, first of all, before I start, find public comments number 3, slide number 62, and start there, and I want to show you a few slides.
Okay.
If you're...
Sorry, if Dave would help us out. Yes.
So it's further down. 62, I believe, is the page, and I'm going to ask you just to flip to the next when I say next. 62, 62. Further down, thank you. This was a previous presentation that I prepared. Okay. So thank you and good evening. I know this area well, and I have designed and built 3 of the 6 homes immediately adjacent to this property. In my 3 minutes, I will show you that in this instance, existing grades have been falsified, renderings have been manipulated, the project cannot be built as designed, and if I have time, I will point you to a solution. Next. The applicant's grading plan shows a 20-foot height difference from the backyard grade to the natural grade at the front landing. This is a problem. The proposed solution is to cut the rear yard down 4 feet, including wiping out the 2 oak trees, put a flight of stairs down 8 feet to the front landing, and pretend that the remaining 8-foot drop can be solved with a 3.5-foot retaining wall. The math doesn't work, and the civil engineering plans have the wrong grade at the landing. Next. When you come out of the front door, you have to go down 16 feet to reach the ground. The top drawing is from the architectural plans with just 9 steps going down 5.5 feet. That leaves you 10 feet in the air. The bottom drawing, where I added the retaining wall, shows the civil engineer's 13 steps down 8 feet. So I'm showing the shorter retaining wall at between 6 and 8 feet that will be needed 280 feet along the front of the property. By Monte Sereno code, that is not allowed. Next, please. The rendering shows you 9 steps. So there you would need a front wall, in this instance, over 10 feet high plus a guardrail. Not exactly what is shown on this picture. Next, please. So the front retaining wall will be either 7 feet high or 10 feet high, depending on whether you believe the civil or the architectural plans. While we're looking at this rendering, please take a moment to locate the roofline of the Canyo house at the upper far left side of the picture. Notice that it is at exactly the same elevation as the applicant's roof. Next, please. Next. Okay, now look at the, now look at the way the rendering has been manipulated. The DeCanios have either added a 3rd story to their house during the coronavirus crisis, or the applicant has manipulated the rendering to reduce the apparent mass of a tall 10,000 square foot home. Next, please. I'm going to try and point you towards a solution here. The point of a section is to accurately show the house in the context of the existing and finished grade. Unfortunately, in the top section and from the plans, there is no existing grade shown, so Jeannie had nothing to work from. I plotted it in red from the civil plans and added the front wall. You'll notice that the house is over 30 feet high now. The bottom section shows a solution which you could contemplate. It eliminates the basement. If you do that, if you could move it up a fraction so you can see the bottom one a little more. Thank you. It eliminates the basement. It lowers the height 8 to 10 feet. It eliminates all front and rear yard grading. It saves the 2 oak trees in the yard at the back and eliminates all the retaining walls. So now we know it can be done. Finally, the last slide. The neighbors collectively offer to the council the following points to be incorporated into a motion. Please deny the project. Ask the applicant to respect the city guidelines properly, and please identify a list of very specific items to reduce the mass and save the trees so that we will not get the same again when they come back again. In closing, I would point out that limiting the height and building square footage has been used by previous councils to protect the integrity and character of this immediate neighborhood in the past. And we ask you to follow their lead for this final piece of land. On the left, or sorry, at the bottom, you will look at individual items that can be used to reduce massing, such as making the height limit 23 feet above existing grade, which the crawlers had to follow. Reduce the size by 20% or so from the allowable 6,000 square feet, and numerous other ones, including widening Greenwood Lane along the property line. If the applicant were to do this, the neighbors will support this project. So that is what is available to you. Ask them to do this and you have a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council now recognizes Sereni Madala.
Hello, Mayor, Liz, and
Yes.
Vice Mayor and Council members. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I sent you a written note as well. I just read it for the convenience and for the benefit of other people. My name is Srini Madala. I'm a resident of Chadbourne Lane for about 20 plus years. I have built my home here. It was a vacant lot, just like the property that you're looking at today. 20 years ago, actually in 1997, I bought the property, a land that was never built on. And I had the privilege of also serving on the Site and Architecture Commission for many years ago after I built my home. As a full disclosure, I do not know the owners or the applicants in this case, nor did I meet with them. It is my empathy for those who undergo a painful process that compelled me to write this letter and also to speak today. And here are my thoughts. There are several arborists here and some opponents of the project. They mentioned the trees are 90 to 100 years old. And then the opponents and the arborists that applied international standards claim for these trees, they mentioned that these trees are in danger, grave danger. If the applicant is not pushed away too further, their driveway is not pushed away too further from the proposed plans. Now, if that is the case, there are existing driveways right now which are actually built or rebuilt or paved, some pavers kept there. These driveways are less than 20 years old and definitely between 5 and 10 years old. So if indeed the recommendations of these arborists are factually correct, then these trees would have died by this time. So why are these people using double standards? As one of the neighbors mentioned, there's some selfish interest by other neighbors who are bringing up these things. I clearly understand there are some genuine concerns here and they should be addressed. I'm sure the council is wise enough to see through some good and bad and the gray areas in between and try to use their judgment to make these people build their home, but also with the proper recommendations that are that could be adopted without having to completely defer the project for a long time or even shelve the project. So I also had a chance to look at the specific conditions the neighbors wanted. In fact, I also looked at the list of recommendations that the council, actually the Site and Architecture Committee wanted. When you look at them, it looks like a complete specifications for the building. So I don't understand, if somebody pays millions of dollars to buy a property here, why would I listen to the neighbors? Is it a referendum by the neighbors that determines what I want to build as a homeowner? So there are guidelines for it. I understand there are Site and Architecture Commission guidelines, and I myself served on the Site and Architecture Commission. So the guidelines are important to help people stick to those things as far as practical as possible, so that we could all comply and have a kind of neighborhood that is consistent with and complement each other's properties, and so that the city will be maintain its ambience and property values are retained. So I don't understand where they actually trump the rights of the property rights of the owner, where you pretty much deny, the property rights owners of the owners, and simply the neighbors and somebody else will determine what should be built, how it should be built, how it should look like, where the windows face, to that such a detail. So I clearly don't understand that. So, so.
Thank you. Your time is up. So if you could wrap it up very quickly.
I am. Thank you, Liz. I hope the concerned parties, including the City Council, accord the applicant the same courtesies as they themselves were privileged to enjoy when they built their own homes, including myself.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right, council recognizes the final hand that has been raised. Let's see. Oh, actually, Jack DeCanio. Council recognizes Jack DeCanio. Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. Could you put up on the screen public comment number 3, the first page? It's a short slide deck.
Yes.
And I believe it's the first page of that deck, of that document. Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, thank you all very much for hearing us all out tonight. If we could go to the first slide. I don't think that's the first. Go to slide 1. It should be the new proposal. Yeah, first slide. I think that okay, it looks like the document was missing one page. So let me just talk through the first slide. We've heard tonight that the applicant has made many changes to the original design. But the problem and what is missing is that what the applicant has not done is fail to address what the Site and Architecture Committee thought was the core problem, and that is the mass, bulk, and height concerns. And so when we look at what they've actually done to address those concerns, they are very, very small changes. The total square footage is still over 10,000 feet. As Tony Jeans described, the height still exceeds 30 feet. It is still a 3-structure complex with a main house, an auxiliary structure, and an ADU. And most importantly, it is still a large flatland home designed on a sloped lot. We can go to the next slide, slide 2. Thank you. Slide 2, please. One more up. Yeah, thank you. We've heard some talk about how the applicant has complied with all of the regulations. They clearly have not. These same arguments were raised before the Site and Architecture Committee, and the Site and Architecture Committee rejected that 3-0. And they still haven't fixed the design flaw that remains unaddressed. Now, when we talk about the design guidelines, 4.4B3 is directly on point. Structures on a prominent or highly visible hilltop or ridge lines should flow with the land and may be required to be 1-story. When designing for a slope lot, the structure should be stepped down the hill utilizing 1-story building elements. That has not been done here. The applicant has declined to use tier design concepts or to use 1-story building elements. Now, the city planner talked about a previous design that has been approved. If you go back and look at that design was a step-down design. And so a large house can be built on that home if you build it to the topography of the land. Let's go to slide 3. Another thing that we've, I think this has been placed out of order. It should read, the design proposal is still not compatible. Yeah, I'm sorry, go up. Yeah, up one more. One more. It looks like some of my slides are missing. Let me just talk to it. So one of the things that we've heard is that the design is compatible with the other homes, and we've seen some photographs and things like that. But this argument was exactly made to the Site and Architecture Committee in November of last year, and they rejected that argument. And what they said was that the proposed improvement is not compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood, and that the proposed home presents a massive bulk that would dominate the streetscape at this corner and be out of character with the neighborhood, where the homes are set back behind mature landscapes and do not dominate the landscape. And so that particular argument was made to the Site and Architecture Committee, and they denied it based upon a review of the houses in the area. Now, we've talked a lot about the different arborists and going back and forth. but the two arborists that the neighbors have put forth have both said that the placement of the driveway violates the standards and best practices for building. And the failure to move the driveway and garage further down Greenwood Road would result in the destruction of these trees. Now, we have a very strong opinion that the applicant's arborist opinion does not conform to accepted industry or professional standards, and that they are recommending something that is likely to destroy these trees, and that shouldn't happen. And lastly, we've heard a lot about the grading. What we have asked the applicants to consider is something that complies with the guidelines and that uses a stepped structure that would reduce the mass and the bulk. And what we've heard back is, well, to do that would be too much grading. But there's going to be much grading done to this property anyway. As we heard that there is going to be a 2,400 square foot basement that's going to be needed to be dug out. And so this is the type of accommodation that I think the council should consider, and that we should allow this to go forward. Thank you very much for your consideration. I'm with my wife, Michelle. She'd like to speak now.
All right, thank you very much. Michelle will get 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Michelle DeCanio, and I live behind the applicant. We purchased our home knowing the applicant driveway would be off Greenwood Lane. The applicant asked for an easement for our driveway, and we said that wouldn't work. The city supported her desire to get a traffic study to get a driveway off of Greenwood Road, and it was approved. I met with her regularly on the lot. She asked for our support, knowing it would be coming to city council. We could have protested. She showed the driveway entering and curving to the center of the lot, and she specifically assured me the trees would not be harmed in any way. We submitted a letter to the city council at that point in support, asking the trees be protected. After 90 days, when the map change was legally changed with the county of Santa Clara and could not be contested, she submitted plans for her project. The driveway was completely parallel to the historic trees, actually 5 feet away. There was never a discussion, text, or email indicating that she was moving the driveway. The hexagon report stated the preferred road was Greenwood Road, but it was not exclusive. Had I come to the city council meeting and protested a change, I presume the city council would have extended me a right to be heard. I, however, believed I was dealing with a neighbor, having the shared goals of creating a harmonious environment. Our relationship from that point forward has been non-existent, and that happened in October of 2019. I petitioned to move the driveway further down Greenwood Road, away from the eucalyptus trees. My cooperation for that driveway was conditional on it being in that location, curving towards the center of the property. The applicant keeps stating they're in compliance with the design guidelines, but that's not what Site and Architecture opines. The applicant wants to build a dream home on a lot that's not compatible with that dream. They have a house that was designed for a flat lot, not a slope lot. From today, they've added 2 additional property oak trees for removal, trees that were not included in the original November 2019 hearing. The home will appear 3 stories from the front, not 2 stories. The home will be 8,400 square feet and plus, and the basement is above ground. The accessory structure, ADU, the total of the 3 is 10,638 square feet. The November plan was 10,624 feet. It's gotten bigger. The design guidelines show pictures of what is acceptable building on a prominent hillside lot, and they were implemented in 2008. The applicant has appealed and stated that she's made significant changes since November, but she's made the easy changes. She moved the house forward, added landscaping, but the fundamental reasons her development was not approved were not addressed. To accomplish this, it requires a redesign, something the applicant does not want to do. We hope the denial is upheld and the driveways moved. We're not trying to prevent the building on this location. We're not trying to be obstructive. And me not going to city council when that driveway issue came up should speak volumes of the trust that I had in someone that I believed was a neighbor. But the destruction and disregard for my dream home in order to build her dream home should be taken into consideration. And I hope the denial of this application is upheld and the driveway moved. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. All right, council's gonna try to recognize city council meeting, whoever's got that name on their Zoom moniker. Is there anybody there? All right, I'm gonna lower that hand. I'm not quite sure who that is. And seeing that we have no other public wishing to speak at this time.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm getting messages that there are other individuals who are trying to speak, and
Okay.
it seems like there's 2 or 3 of them.
All right, I see one just raised their hand. Oh, okay. Sherry, council recognizes Shireen Basal. Thank you, Mr. Leonardis.
Yeah, hi. This is Shireen Bassal, the project architect. I'm a licensed California architect. I have over 30 years of architectural experience. I design custom homes, estate homes in the Bay Area, Sacramento. I design homes in Monte Sereno, Saratoga, and Los Gatos. I won awards from my projects, and I was named one of the best 15 residential architects in Sacramento area. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and staff for this meeting. Before I start, I want to mention that my plans are my intellectual property. And I realized and noted that Tony Jeans used my drawings and he manipulated them to help his presentation. And this is copyrighted material and can be subject to legal action. And I wanted to respond to a couple of concerns that was brought up in the architectural design and the house design. The first one, the distance between the house elevation, the finished floor, and the landing. Those are clearly and correctly shown on the grading plan. And the number of steps are shown on the grading plan correctly. But on the architectural elevations, those are 2D elevations. So those elevations, they show the immediate grades within the exterior walls and not much beyond this point. But the 3D renderings are very, they present this part very, correctly. They show the steps, the landing, and the distance. So there is nothing hiding in this portion. And as was brought up, there is a small portion of the house that exceeds the 30 feet height. And this is just the, this is a very small portion of the curb or the curved barreled dormer over the entry. And that can be very easily, corrected by lowering it, maybe a few inches. And that will, satisfy the height regulation. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, council recognizes Nick Crump.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, so my name is Nick Crump from Crump Landscape Architecture. So, there's been a lot of discussion and comments regarding screening, and I feel like the views don't really do all that justice. And by that, I mean, we're incorporating a lot of trees right around that corner at the south end of the property. And in the views, that's kind of more of a 5 to 10 year timeline. But, when you think of the longevity of the project throughout the years, as well as like future residents and homeowners, a lot of these oaks that we're trying to incorporate, the 3 oaks on the corner, could get as big as 50 feet tall. And these southern live oaks are actually more upright. So, and that is to kind of adjust to the scale of the building and help kind of bring the house scale down. And then in regards to the slope and this rural character within the community, you know, the goal was to incorporate some vineyards. I noticed also in a lot of other properties and adjacent properties, there's some vineyards and some fruit trees. And I thought it would be a nice idea to kind of tie it in. And then at the same time, you know, addressing the current sustainable aspects and trying to incorporate drought tolerant planting. So, you know, we're at about 95% of drought tolerant plants, low maintenance, low water requiring. And a lot of the plants chosen are really, you know, to a custom and natural setting and as well as existing landscape. So, you know, just looking at the site, if you were to even go on Google Maps, it's just kind of bare. And so the idea was by incorporating this orchard that runs along the grade, as well as the vineyards, the 3 oaks and all the various layers and textures, from ground covers to shrubs to taller screening shrubs. So the idea was really to kind of make this feel like it's kind of immersed into a landscape. So, you know, obviously at year 5, you know, things are still growing, but throughout the years, as they go on, this is going to look very lush, very vibrant, but at the same time, it's going to fit into the natural setting. That's kind of a heritage to Monte Sereno. And then just lastly, in regards to like irrigation, I think Dave kind of addressed it as well. The site would incorporate all drip irrigation all throughout. But yeah, so, you know, there's lots of talk about privacy, and I think that it can really be accomplished throughout the site. And hopefully, you know, the city approves this project. And I think, you know, we're making a lot of progress in regards to further screening the building and, you know, taking into account neighbors' privacy. And thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you very much. Council recognizes. All right, we have Robert DeCamp.
Hey, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hey, my name is Bobby DeCanio. I would like to play a portion of the comments made by the Site and Architecture Committee at the November 2019 hearing.
I really do hang my hat on those because I think they go a long way in trying to preserve this character of the city that we have. And I put a lot of weight on those, especially on properties that are so prominent. I mean, sometimes we'll grant some leeway for a property that's kind of tucked back that no one can see, but this is just out there. And I look at these elevations and you know, the architectural style aside, you know, it doesn't look that bad. When I go out there and look at the story poles, it's relatively shocking. The mass, it just seems like it's very compact and very tall. I do see at least an 8 to 10 foot drop between the front and the back of the house. True, it is a 2-story house, and true that portions of it are set back, but the portion below the first floor is probably going to be at least 8 feet tall at the frontage of this property, which just creates a very, very massive look. A big problem with that. It just doesn't sit well with me. I don't feel enough effort was put forth in the design to, you know, kind of address the existing landscape and topography and try to meld into it a little bit. I feel this is very just boom right there. Just forget about all that stuff. We're just going to build a giant house, and it just doesn't sit well with me. There's all sorts of other points, but I just got to go back to that point as my primary objection to this. I'm not confident that you can build a new driveway 5 feet off these trees and not negatively impact them. The turnaround in front of the house, there will be a 5-6 foot tall retaining wall there, increasing the overall look and mass of the view from the street. There is a beautiful oak tree right in the middle that's just getting nixed. I understand that's right in the middle. I'm not convinced you can't work around But that's a tough one. I would probably give them a little leeway on that if that had to go. What else? And I'm not really seeing anything addressing privacy on the property. I'm seeing a wrought iron fence, a few trees, small trees, kind of dotted around the perimeter. The landscaping plan really doesn't show much detail. It doesn't look like it was very well thought out or developed. So it just looked like kind of like landscaping plan, check that box. I don't feel it was really, I just don't feel a lot of thought was given to the landscaping plan. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Council now recognizes Saeed Razavi. Saeed Razavi, are you ready? All right. I'm going to call on you once again, Saeed Razavi. Are you there? All right. Seeing somebody else is shuffling around, I will now call, council recognizes Lee Min Hay.
Yes.
Who is this?
Lee Min Hee.
Oh, thank you. Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, dear Mayor, Council members. My name is Lee Min Hee, and our house is 16101 Greenwood Road, next to the lot under discussion. Our house on the southwest side. So the construction proposal is massive and enormous in every direction, such as the height is over 30 feet, the square footage is over 10,000 square feet. So it's clearly not consistent with design guideline, particularly neighborhood compatibility. So for your reference, let me continue to replay the last 2 minutes of conclusion from the City Council site architecture meeting.
I concur. I think when we look at the design guidelines, this is obviously a highly visible hilltop. In fact, it's probably, as Jeannie pointed out, one of the last developed lots and one of the most beautiful in all of Monte Sereno. And that oak tree that sits in the center of it, unfortunately, may be in the way of any type of improvement on this property, but doesn't seem like there was any consideration given to that. I think the neighbors' concerns reconcile with our design criteria. I think if the property is moved south or southwest, the privacy concerns that we heard tonight are addressed, the driveway and tree concerns are addressed, and the property would flow with the land, which is consistent with the design criteria that we're required to follow. Given those concerns, I can't support the application.
I concur with both of you. The thing, besides what you have said, not to reiterate too much, but just the kind of inaccuracy in the depiction of the topography of the land in the renderings, in the elevations was disturbing to me. That you can't even really get a feel for how much slope there is. There's an 8 to 10 foot slope from front corner to back corner of the property that's not reflected in the elevations. And I believe that you cannot put a driveway that close to those eucalyptus trees based on experience I've had professionally. It's just not a good idea. And then everything else you guys said, I would concur. I can't support it either.
I make a motion to deny the application.
I second it.
I second it also. 2 seconds. Can we vote?
No.
Let's vote.
Put it to vote.
Yeah.
All in favor of denial of the application?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 3-0. This project is denied.
So thank you so much for your listening. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. All right, it looks like, are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? I don't see any hands raised at this time.
Mayor Lawler?
Yes.
We do have 2 emails that came in. You'd like me to read them?
Yes, please.
We have one here, states, Monte Sereno City Council. My husband, Robert Gilman, and I have been residents of 16145 Greenwood Road since 2013. In November 2019, I attended the Site and Architectural Committee meeting regarding the construction plans for 16005 Greenwood Lane and spoke at the time regarding my concerns. Seeing the plans and hearing the concerns of the neighbors, as well as listening to the presentation by property owner Judith Rudy, it is my opinion that the proposed house does not conform to the number of the Monte Sereno design guidelines. The most glaring problem are as follows. 3A2, the proposed building mass, roof form, and projecting elements are not designed to minimize an visual impact of the building on the neighborhood. 3B, the proposed building is not compatible with our neighborhood's character and would dominate instead of blend in with the neighboring homes. 4A1, the building is not designed to be compatible with the natural slope of the land, adapting to the land and reflecting its contours. 4A5, the proposed building's mass, roof form, and projecting elements are not designed to minimize the visual impact of the buildings on the slope. To summarize, the visual impact of this construction based on the revised plans and the story poles has not been taken into consideration. Given its location and massive design, it would dominate the landscape, not blend in with the existing structures, and certainly not be adhere to the established Monte Sereno guidelines. We are asking that the City Council not approve the plans as they currently stand. Sincerely, Robert, Glenn, and Rosemary Glenn. That's one.
All right.
And then we had one other one that was submitted to our city planner, Jeannie, and it states, Jeannie, I'm writing this letter as a realtor and resident of the area for many, many years. I have reviewed the plans submitted for this new resident on Greenwood. I am also part of the realtor team that sold the property immediately behind the subject property as a listing agent for the Russell and Sari Frank. I was approached by the current owners of the subject applicant to review the plans proposed to this council for the city of Monte Sereno. I was informed of the original submittal and the design changes made after the applicant received neighbor and council input. This input was wise as it gave the applicant their architect a better understanding of the neighborhood concerns and what may be consistent with the neighborhood regarding design and size of a new home on the site. I believe that what is important in this process is that all parties who are impacted by this development project are able to mediate their needs in a transparent manner so that a fair compromise can be reached that will address all parties who are impacted by the project are met. I understand that there is powerful discontent between parties based on feedback from a few of the neighbors, yet there are consistent common denominators for the feedback, and I have received feedback that neighbors wish to compromise between the interest parties in the space of the neighborhood goodwill. The applicant wishes to make this their home, not a special project. The immediate neighbors want a home design built that is consistent with their homes in a size and design. I believe this balance can be met with compromise and a sense of fairness and graciousness. I recommend that the interested parties meet and work their concerns. All interested parties should approach this agenda with a sense of common sense. Sincerely, Rick Ardizon.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Is that everything that you have?
As of now, yes, that's all that's come through.
All right, I do have,
Excuse me, there was an email that was sent by Richard Gessner.
Yeah, oh, yes, of course. No, we'll be getting to that. We do have a couple of more people raising hands at the moment, and we do have some, I believe we do have some more emails to read once we finish with these folks. Unless, let's see, hold on just a moment. Oh, okay, I guess there's no more hands being, no more hands. Mr. Leonardis, did you say you had correspondence that you'd like to read as well?
Yes, Mayor Lawler, I have 3 or 4 of them here that were brought in earlier today. If I can just get into these, I'll begin with the first. Dear City of Monte Sereno City Council, I want to express my concern for the project development at 16005 Greenwood Lane. I have views from the top of Greenwood Road and appreciate the rural feel of the surrounding community. It is important this prominent hillside have a house size that is appropriate for the community. That size might be smaller than the neighbor desires, but what is required for a challenging sloped lot. The proposed color, architectural details, and retaining walls all increase the size, appearance, and visual impact. It is important we retain the beauty of our surroundings with a revised design. A beautiful home can be done. Everybody is entitled to build their dream home, but it should not impact the others that have built their dream homes before them. Please uphold the site and architectural denial from November of 2019. Sincerely, Nathara Malwa, 16167 Greenwood Road. Next, dear Monte Sereno City Council, we have lived at 16016 Greenwood Road for 28 years. We are not happy with the current project up for review before the City Council. We want to support a project that does not tower over the street and keeps the character of our neighborhood. We want to support a project that respects the oak trees on the property as part of the Greenwood Road history, not remove them. We want to support a project that values the rural feeling Monte Sereno prides itself on. We hope you will protect the residents from the overdevelopment of this lot, follow the city guidelines, and protect the trees and creek that has been here for decades. Sincerely, Peggy Normandin. One more. Actually, I have 2 more. Dear Mr. and Mrs. DeCanio, you have requested my evaluation of the existing and proposed plantings for your neighbor's new home project. My observations and recommendations are as follows. The landscape plan proposed by the owners of 16005 Greenwood Road does not adequately address the need for a tall vegetative screen to protect you and your neighbor's privacy. The 2 existing historic valley oak trees in the northwest corner of the property should be preserved and protected throughout the construction process. They provide good privacy, though not year-round privacy between neighbors. The historic row of eucalyptus trees should be preserved and protected in keeping with the values of tree preservation in the, says the town of Monte Sereno, the city of Monte Sereno. Screening shrubs should be planted between the eucalyptus and proposed structures to provide additional privacy. The existing Leyland cypress are not in a healthy condition. It would be best to remove these trees. A green privacy screen may be achieved with the planting of a minimum of 4 36-inch box Tristiana laurina, which is also known as water gum trees, and hedges of 15 gallons spaced 4 feet apart of Prunus, those are Latin terms, Prunus carolina or something like that, or Prunus illifolium, I don't know. The non-Latin terms are Carolina or holly laurels. The attached sketch notes the proposed location of these trees and shrubs along the border of your properties. Please contact me with any questions. Best regards, Karen Aitken, landscape architect. I have one more. letter here, and it reads, "Greetings. The DeCano family who live directly behind this property asked me to review and give my opinion about this proposed development. I grew up and lived in Saratoga until recently, and I am very familiar with the property and the neighborhood. After perusing this project, I have two major concerns. One is about its basic design style, and the other is about the perception of the main house as it sits on the hill. I realize that the applicant did make several adjustments from the original denied proposal, but the structure is still basically the same. There is no significant change in the house design. Design style. Monte Sereno's design guidelines are very clear about the need to have proposed buildings conform with the existing site-specific topography. A building should be designed to be compatible with the natural slope of the land, adapting to the land and reflecting its contours. The building, mass, roof form, and projecting elements should be designed so as to minimize the visual impact of the building on the slope." And that is from the site compatibility and physical design components, in parentheses. This proposed residence does not reflect these principles. On this property, Monte Sereno guidelines demand a building design that conforms to the sloped land, usually a structure that steps down the hill as opposed to a monolithic building that appears to be designed for a flat lot. The guidelines also suggest that a proposed development should be of similar nature with other properties in the neighborhood, which in parentheses is mentioned neighborhood compatibility. This guideline is in reference to the setbacks, architectural elements, landscaping, and styles of its surrounding neighbors. This does not mean that the proposed design should be a copy of older, larger houses close by. When I reviewed the civil plans, one thing that is very clear, the 3D drawings and front exterior elevations are deceptive. No matter how the house is depicted, the difference between the first floor and the walkway elevations on the civil plans is indisputable. The elevation at the bottom of the front steps is noted at 528 feet. The elevation of the first floor is 540 feet. That is a difference of 12 feet. The architectural drawings only show a 6-foot difference. This is very misleading. The drawings depict this as a 2-story house on a relatively flat lot, but in fact, the front facade will look like a 3-story house on top of a hill. When there are major discrepancies between the proposed exterior elevations and the proposed grades, it makes it impossible for the city and neighbors to correctly evaluate the proposal. I agree with the neighbors that one can design a large and elegant residence that comfortably sits on this prominent site, as is required by the Monte Sereno design guidelines. That's why the guidelines exist, to demonstrate the design rules for any future development. Rules that this proposed development did not follow. Sincerely, Paul Bellotti, AIA.
All right, thank you. I also have a letter from Richard Gessner that I will read now. It says, "Dear Mayor Lawler," and closes the public comment I would like to be read during tonight's proceedings. "My name is Richard Gessner, and I am an ISA board certified master arborist, ASCA registered consulting arborist, and have been the ISA certified arborist for over 20 years. I am the contract arborist for the adjacent Town of Los Gatos Community Development Department. I was asked to review the previously denied project in November and provided a report regarding the trees and conflicts at that time. Prior to the previously scheduled hearing in March, I provided additional reports regarding the new design and the applicant's arborist's report, LASCO. My conclusions regarding this project and the applicant's arborist judgments and recommendations is unchanged. The driveway alignment is too close to the adjacent trees, well under their drip line radius, and will cause undue harm or decline to this beautiful alley. The staff report references my testimony in the November hearing when I provided an example of how to define a tree protection zone. My example was taken out of context and used erroneously by the applicant as the recommended distances for this project, even though my November report debunks that incorrect interpretation. Neither of the applicant's arborists employed ISA best management practices for determining adequate tree protection zones, but simply fabricated their own benefiting the applicant. Since March, the applicant and their arborists were again able to respond to my comments, attempting to address concerns I illustrated, only now backing into the errors through false interpretations and erroneous references in response. Again, the applicant's arborist misrepresented or failed to address the issue of defining appropriate tree protection zones and mitigation using accepted methodology. The response addressed technical definitions out of context rather than actual site issues. Likely, only after I illustrated conflicts through my reports, the applicant decided to remove additional significant trees, oaks number 7 and 8, rather than adjust their plans. These are protected trees providing critical screening to the adjacent site, and removal effectively disregards the city ordinance and design guidelines. I recommend denying this application based on false assumptions, lack of properly interpreting plans to the benefit of the applicant, and disregarding tree care industry standards. All right, and that is it for, I believe that's all we have for written correspondence at this time. Mr. Leonardis, do you have anything else?
I have nothing else, Mayor.
Okay, then at this time, I would like to invite the applicant back for their 5-minute rebuttal, and please keep it to 5 minutes. I'd appreciate it, thank you.
Start my 5 minutes, please.
There you go. You're unmuted.
Okay.
No, there is a comment from our civil engineer. Can somebody please read that? I don't know, Steve is the right person or?
Who is the civil engineer?
Yeah, Saeed Razavi, and then we can start our 5 minutes. If
Oh, he had his hand raised.
I think he's having difficulty connecting. So if somebody, do you want me to read on his behalf? I mean, it's fine.
Is it in rebuttal? Is it part of the rebuttal?
It's in the panelist window.
It's in the panelist window in the chat room.
I can read it if it's.
Yes, yes, please.
Okay.
And then we will start our 5 minutes.
Sure. He says the drive is placed in the flattest area of the lot, preventing a lot of cut and away from the trees. I am the licensed civil engineer with 34 years experience. I believe that's it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. You now have 5 minutes.
So could Glossy bring out the original slides, please? And whoever is managing the slides, that's when we can start the 5 minutes.
Slide 43, correct?
Slide 43.
Yeah, if you can please bring the slide 43, we can start our timing. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. I also want to, we also want to clarify that none of the shots or the pictures that we have showed today were shown at the Site and Architectural Committee meetings. So today's, we want to make sure that, we are fully supported by the staff review, and it determined that it did respond to Site and Architectural objections. We can also look at, Site and Architectural Committee looking at the driveway from a 5-foot distance, not from the 18-foot distance today. So that, argument is invalid. And also I wanted to talk about Site and Architectural, Committee and the privacy issues. So if you look at this screen, this is the view from our lot. If you go to the next screen, please. That's the view from their lot. So it definitely shows that, there's no privacy being affected this way. And in addition to that, we're actually, next slide, please. So this also shows the height difference between the two buildings, where they are 14 feet above us in elevation for the county GIS. And the eye level, clearly puts them right at the 2nd story level of the plate of the building. And also we are separated by 140 to 145 distance between the two homes. So we are no way in terms of being in their views or in privacy or any of those issues. Next slide, please.
Yeah, the quick point here is that they're already 14 feet above us. And if you add the height of the eyes, you're easily looking at a differential of 19 feet. So just wanted to make that point.
Okay, go to 54th slide, please.
Slide 54, please.
Slide 54. Next one. Slide 54 in the backup slides. Further down. This is the driveway, yeah, 54. So this is the one that everybody keeps talking about. If you look at the old plans that were approved back in 2008, all you see is 20 foot of setback from the neighbors in the back. All today we have 73 feet. So if we were to submit the same plans as these were done 2008, we would not be approved because they were exceeding the impervious coverage to 27%. And also it had extensive 5-foot retaining walls all the way around in the back and in the front. So, asking us to, consider those plans is really a joke, and
yeah, so there are a couple of other points also I would like to highlight. Number one, this is the one neighbor said it's a 3-story building. It is not a 3-story building. We would have been turned down within 5 seconds if we proposed that. Another person who opposed this project said, I would like to see this lot being empty. I'm used to seeing it for 45 years. So we have a text on that. And also, another person said only one person in front of us supported, the Krupp family. I would like to quote that in your public comments. Number one, Dr. Sharam Gulami and his family have supported as well. So I would like to reference that easement.
And they are the most impacted, as far as views or anything is concerned, so the neighbor in the back, who's least impacted is the one that we provided most accommodations for in terms of moving our driveway and providing a lot more privacy. And when the privacy is a mutual need, their trees are right now dead and dying, and they still haven't done anything about them. So go to slide number 56, please. Next and next. So these are the staff. Next slide, please. So, there is this myth, that they keep spreading in the neighborhood, and I want to fix this, that neighbor cooperate and parcel map change. Next slide, please. It's the city code that actually, did this. This is a government rule that was, used in order to modify the parcel map code change that was done incorrectly. And this neighbor keeps, there is this thing that there's a myth that's going on, and we wanted to fix it once for all about this, particular thing happening.
Okay. All right. Our landscape plan will also definitely give the Monte Sereno rural look. We have already captured that. And we have also done a lot of neighborhood outreach. We have had slides on that as well. We talked to a lot of people. We have done open houses, etc. So we have done our best. We don't live there, but we made exceptions to be there and do it. And some folks seem to be delving on construction details. We have worked with city so far. We are very thankful. We'll continue to work with the city on construction details as well. So I'm not sure why all the details have to be provided today itself.
We are looking for the fair process today. We are looking for the fair thing, looking at consistent with the neighborhood. We also want to be treated just the way other neighbors have been treated when their projects came in before this. Talking about our square footage when we are within the zoning guidelines is irrelevant. Just as my neighbor would go with a fully compliant project, I would completely support them. I'm hoping that that would be the basis of this approval.
Yeah, and finally, we really would like to thank you for your time. Once again, we'll repeat, please be fair to us, definitely on that.
And we also want our arborist, to actually chime in for the minute, please.
Can our arborist chime in, please?
Your 5 minutes is up. I'm sorry. In the interest of trying to keep this going as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible.
Yeah.
She's digging us.
You had 5 minutes rebuttal, and I don't think I can open it back up at this point. Let's see. All right. So now I'm going to close public comments and return to council for further discussion. And you will have many questions, so there will be further discussion. All right. At this point, I'd like to return it to council discussion, and I will start with council members in the order that I see them. So Council Member LaBouvet.
Oh boy, you put me on the hot seat.
Sorry, you're just the first one on my screen.
Okay, well, I really want to thank everyone. Boy, there was a mountain of information to get through, and I did try to read every single word and took a lot of time to really reflect on the various points. In fact, and I think there's other unmuted folks. Anyways, Yeah, and even went through the slide deck with the applicant this afternoon. I really wanted to make sure that I was understanding everything that they were trying to do and really try to evaluate fairly and objectively. I think the first point that I really want to make is that the application was unanimously denied by the Site and Architecture Committee in November. And I really interpret this denial as a severe non-compliance with Monte Sereno design guidelines. The commission did not make any specific recommendations on how it could fix and bring this back for review, which tells me that they essentially were saying that the entire design concept was rejected. For me, just as a starting point, this is a very high bar to overcome through the appeal process. I think I would have much preferred this to go back through Site and Architecture for them to reevaluate the design changes. So if I have to evaluate this as a fresh project, and in reviewing the staff report, I get the impression when I read the staff report that it really seems to go out of its way to justify the applicant's proposal without meaningfully taking into consideration or transparently evaluating the previous opinion of the Site and Architecture Commission and the neighborhood residents or other credible experts. There was a lot of expert testimony on both sides, very tough to go through, but I think, you know, for the staff opinions to be fair and transparent, they also need to discuss both sides and weigh those both sides rather than just giving a single opinion. For me, I disagree that the structure location on the flat portion of the lot set back well off both Greenwood Road and Greenwood Lane is most compatible with the design guidelines. I acknowledge the many design trade-offs, but by cramming the structures into the rear corner, there's maximum impact to the neighbor views and privacy, maximum impact to existing trees, and maximum impact to historic neighboring trees. The previously detailed ADU in the front of the lot has been removed from the plans. I assume this has been returned directly after this application. This appears to be the most economical way to develop this lot. I disagree that the mass and bulk conform to the design guidelines. I can appreciate the elevations data of the surrounding lots presented by the applicant, but the key objection by the Site and Architectural Commission was that the mass and bulk positioned on the top of the slope would dominate the streetscape view of the hillside corner lot. I think that's to me, that is the absolute key point that the Site and Architecture team was trying to make. And I don't think that the design modifications really address that point whatsoever. When I look at the story poles in relation to Greenwood Road, the existing natural grade, the first floor level requires a retaining wall to extend the flat portion of the lot before extending an additional 30 feet in height. You know, I think that a tiered design would better conform to the design guidelines. I think that the neighboring Corolla lot had a much more challenging topography, but their design succeeds in melting into the landscape. And I think that's kind of the criteria for Monte Sereno is if you can get the design to melt into the landscape, you've done your job. There's no melting going on here. It's just very apparently sitting right on the top, you know, a castle on a hill. I disagree that the architectural design is appropriate for the site. Although there are similarly styled homes in the neighborhood, one is set back, the ones that were used in the staff report anyways, one was set back 300 feet, one's on the downhill side of Greenwood Road, and neither exemplifies the Monte Sereno 2008 adopted goals for new construction if situated on a hillside corner lot. And again, it's the hillside corner lot. So I did spend on Sunday quite a bit of time just walking around with my wife and dog out there reflecting on this point, and I just don't feel comfortable with it. The neighboring Corolla lot, again, for example, better exemplifies Monte Sereno design standards for a hillside lot. And I think the last point is really, I disagree with the stated attempt to retain existing trees. I mean, I don't know how you could have a design that would remove more trees. I mean, you're removing 10 of 14 existing trees, and they were all around the periphery. So you really had to kind of get in there and remove trees, and it's 9 of which are significant, and there was no accommodation for that beautiful oak tree in the middle. The DeCanos specifically requested to keep away from the trees, and their generous and neighborly agreement to revise the subdivision map. And yeah, there's debate, am I too close? Am I not too close? It shouldn't even be an issue, right? I mean, they didn't have to support you in that site map change. I remember when that came before the council, and I know from my decision process, it was literally their letter that said, yeah, please go ahead and do this, that earned my vote. So I must commend, the applicants. They did make a lot of commendable design changes, but, I just feel like it does not address the root issues raised by site and architecture. So I'm really disinclined to overrule the Site and Architecture Committee main experts, and I feel that procedurally, new design changes should be submitted for site and architectural review as a new application rather than appeal to the City Council. I recommend denying the appeal.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Luthold.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate everything that was said and the information that was provided to us. I would like to say to the neighbors who have spoken out against this, you're probably aware I came to the City Council as an activist against development in my neighborhood, which was inappropriate. So I certainly understand addressing those concerns and the importance of the neighbors' voices. I would like to mention as we go forward to please try to limit the repetitiveness. We are all very smart people who work very hard on these and put in all of these hours as volunteers. As Mr. Labouvet said, we've got hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents. We read them all, and the repetitive comments just keep everyone here late. Your voices were heard. I come to this and look at it a little bit differently from Councilmember Labouvet. I began with site and architecture's rejection, and I 100% agree with and support that rejection. The design was absolutely not right at that point, and 3-0 rejection was the place to go with that. And if a design looking like that came to us on appeal, there would be no question. But I believe that the applicants have gone through the process correctly here. They have attempted to work with the neighbors. Some of the neighbors are in agreement. Some of the neighbors are not in agreement. Ultimately, though, the neighbors don't get to design the property. The guidelines help guide the property, but even the guidelines are not the end of this story, because the guidelines are not an adequate basis in and of themselves to reject a project out of hand, especially when we see the kinds of changes that have been made here. This lot and this problem was created by the Venutis subdivision. And it's the last of the 4 lots. It's on the corner. It looks like a park. It looks like it belongs there. It's great. It's a wonderful empty lot, but it is a building site in a subdivision on a 1-acre parcel, and we need to apply the rules that apply to that. It is not the ridge line that people have presented it as. What it is a bit of an eyesore. The trees that are there are not in good condition. Proper landscaping years ago would have resolved this problem. It's not there now, but it needs to get started, and it needs to get started soon so that 10 or 15 or 20 years from now, that'll be a much better lot. The corner trees that are proposed for the corner, like I say, they need to get started and they need to get growing there. They're going to be a lot hardier and a lot better than what is there now. I think I don't like this design. I'm 100% with the neighbors who don't like it. I think over and over again, we see people bringing plans forward that aren't to my liking. I would really like to see Frank Lloyd Wright's. I would like to see things stepping down and flowing with the landscape and appropriate. But that's not what exists on Greenwood. It exists further up on Greenwood Lane, absolutely. But further down on Greenwood, we have very large homes that are extremely massive. As somebody mentioned, designed maybe in the prior 40 or 50 or 70 years. And they wouldn't survive if they were brought before us under our current guidelines. This project does meet the guidelines. The grading has been greatly improved. The applicant has worked very hard on this, and I see that a large two-story home is going to be built on this lot. This one is compliant with the requirements, and so I'm supportive of us putting this project through and getting it done before the state comes and adds more requirements or splits this so that people are allowed to have even more mass or more buildings on the lot. One final point I would say, Councilmember Labouvet pointed out that the ADU on the front of the lot from the prior drawing went away, and it'll very possibly come back. I think we all hate that idea, and I hope that the homeowner respects the community by not forcing the ADU that the state mandates they're allowed to build on that front corner. But I would also point out that by the design that they have created with the garage and the swimming pool and the landscaping that they are putting in, they are precluding building the ADU 5 feet from the DeCanio's lot line and 16 feet tall, which is legally allowed. So that is in everyone's interest to accept that their design actually and the placement on the property probably makes the ADU less desirable. The size of the lot and the size of the house that's here should also make it so they don't need to stuff an ADU down at the front of the lot, which might be allowed, but certainly would be a breach of trust with this council member and with the neighborhood, certainly. So I am guardedly going to cast my vote to approve this project and move forward.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Turner.
I just wanted to say that, you know, I put a lot of effort into reviewing the city design guidelines, the recommendation from site and architecture, the plans from the applicant, the recommendation from staff, and I listened very intently tonight. And I want to make comments that relate to the principles of the design guidelines. And if you look at the design guidelines, there are really 4 principles, right? You have 1, the neighborhood compatibility, 2, the site compatibility, 3, the landscaping, and 4, the physical design component. And I want to first talk about the neighborhood compatibility. I think the key to a successful plan is to make sure that any new home that is built has to be compatible with the character of the neighborhood and has to follow the design guidelines. The architectural design, the appearance of 3 stories, the white color on top of the slope, the height, the failure to terrace down the hill slope are things that have not changed. I did not see changes that drastically minimize the visual impact of this home, unfortunately. I did not see that it harmonized with the existing residential community like the design guidelines suggest. So that's my comment about the neighborhood compatibility. Now I want to look at the site compatibility. The applicant actually modified the original plan
right? And that's good. She moved the house 13 feet away from the rear neighbor. In doing so, the applicant says that the elevation has changed by 2 feet. That's good. However, nothing was really done to minimize the massiveness and the largeness of the building. This is further exacerbated by the white paint, the retaining wall that was added to the front part of the property. It appears that the house was not designed to utilize the natural slope, and that's unfortunate. Thus, this impairs the views of the neighbors for the wide open space. I know the neighbors to the right are very concerned, where they can enjoy the contours of the land. I think preservation of the natural topography is important. The structure, whether you consider it a 2-story and a basement or a 3-story, the width, the length, the failure to terrace down the downhill slope does nothing to harmonize the existing structures of the neighboring properties. I would hope that the building's mass could be designed so that we can minimize the visual impact of the building. Now, let me talk about the landscaping. The Decaño frontal property is actually lined with 100-year-old silver dollar eucalyptus trees. And the proposal from the applicant is to line these with rows of trees with shrubs to help screen and hide the negative impact on the neighbors. And this would deter them from seeing an 8,400 square foot house, a 993 square foot pool structure, a 1,280 square foot ADU. These shrubs would have to be very large in order to be able to provide any visual screening, and they would have to be planted along the drip line of the eucalyptus trees. Planting rows of bushes on the drip line of these trees could negatively impact the survivability of the trees. I think the landscaping should be designed to protect the privacy of the neighbors, but not to the point of endangering the existing trees. I also want to address the removal of these oak trees. You have 2 trees, trees 7 and 8, and they're to make way for the pool and the retaining wall. And the one beautiful oak tree that one of the commissioners talked about, that's tree 9 in the middle of the property. I think protection of the natural environment, the preservation of the semi-rural character in our city should be seriously considered. And that's what we want as citizens. I also want to address the creation of the driveway on Greenwood Road. To accomplish this, you would have to take out another tree, and now the elimination of tree number 14. There was a report that I read from Hexagon Transportation that actually recommended an alternative location for a driveway on Greenwood Road as well. Now, I think changing the current plan to move the driveway further down is a good idea. This would not require the removal of that tree and would give the immediate neighbors, the Decaños and the one on the right, and I'm sorry, I don't know their names, more privacy and tranquility. And lastly, I want to talk about the physical design component. I think this is the biggest and the most significant comment I can make. Here you have a building design, I think, that should be compatible with the natural terrain. The key word here that I'm going to emphasize is integration. You have to integrate with the countryside feeling. You have to avoid excessive grading, and you have to landscape the hillside lot. So I would say that tonight, it is for these reasons I'm going to vote to uphold the denial and reject the recommendation from staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Turner. Councilmember Elahi.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Yeah, this just puts us at in a corner. I think as City Council, we are the final arbiter of deciding what should be built or not built. The Site and Architecture Commission spends a lot of time considering proposals and sending them to us. And while this is labeled as an appeal, in a sense, it's not those usual appeals where a court is limited to only looking at things that were couldn't be decided by the trier of fact or by the lower court. We have to look at it as de novo. So in a sense, we almost have to forget about what the Site and Architecture Commission may have found and look at everything from scratch. Our scratch review requires that we look at what the city staff does. I don't think we appreciate our city staff enough. I mean, they spend a lot of time going through all the documents. They spend a lot of time making sure everything complies with the design guidelines. And the staff report, as it's put out, specifically addresses each of those concerns that have been raised. And that's what we really need to look at. So if you're looking at the mass or the trees or other issues that have been brought up, and I don't want to repeat myself, I think Mayor Pro Tem Sean Leotal covered them well, then they're all addressed. And what's addressed becomes substantial evidence for what has been found. I mean, it's great to see so many Monte Sereno residents express their opinion and participate in this meeting. I remember the last meeting we had went till 1 a.m. and this one is hopefully not going to go that long. But without that participation, it'd be difficult for the City Council to decide what to do. Our planning department does a lot of work. They're under pressure. They even get criticism. And I do want to appreciate Ms. Hamilton for all the effort she puts into providing us with the plans. And as a City Council, while it's up to us to finally decide what plan we accept or don't accept, I don't think we can just willy-nilly totally disregard what our planning department does. And we did it last week when an issue came up, and I don't think we should be doing it every time. Otherwise, a lot of developers and others are spending a lot of time trying to comply with guidelines as they are put out by the planning department. So we do need to give it due deference, and I do appreciate the effort that they put in to provide us with decisions. And they're the ones who look at the expertise and have the expertise to review and decide whether something complies with all the city goals and ordinances. I'm also very concerned, as Mayor Sean Luthor also pointed out, Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, is the encroachment by the legislature on city councils. And the reason they're doing it is because city councils can't decide. And so they have gifted us with ADUs, and now anybody can build an ADU, and we have some say about it, but not much. It's a good thing that in this particular case, the ADU would not be built right next to a neighbor's front yard or backyard, because the pool is going to go there or some other property is going to go there. But there is also one thing that really concerns me is the direction that the state is going, the direction that the court is going. I think one thing that the attorney for the applicant pointed out, that under I think it's the Housing Authority Act, you cannot deny a permit if there's substantial evidence in support of it, unless you can find a public health or safety impact. I don't believe there is a public health impact here, and I don't believe there's a safety impact here. So if those things are non-existent, the law seems to be pretty clear that you cannot deny such a permit. And I'm always concerned with coming up with a decision that puts the city in the crosshairs of litigation, and we end up on the losing side after spending a lot of money on some of these litigations. So I'm very, very, very concerned about that. It does not, there is no support for that. I am also concerned, obviously, about everything that the neighbors have brought up, and I would really urge the applicant to talk to the neighbors and see, what can be done. There are issues, and whether they can support us, do something about the street congestion of additional cars that may be going by. It was brought up that there's some, issues with that. There's some issues about the windows that you have there, whether that could be something could be done to ameliorate that so that the neighbor doesn't feel there's a privacy violation. So I would urge the applicant to talk to the neighbors and ameliorate as much as is possible to cut down those issues. So for those reasons, and I don't want to take up too much of the time, I would suggest we go forward approving the project with the guidance to the applicant that they should try and work with the neighbors and come up with a, do whatever is necessary to ameliorate the project. The driveway issue, I think, there's all sides of issues on that, but it looks like it's far enough away from those trees. And I think those trees are going to be fine. So I would I would accept the appeal and recommend that the project be approved. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Lahi. I'll just finish up with saying that, first of all, thank you to everyone, applicant, to the city planner, to all the public for being here and putting all of your time and effort into this. I really appreciate it, all of your hard work. I have to say that, everyone makes really good points. I know this decision is fraught with emotion, so it's very, very difficult indeed. I have to say, though, I concur with the findings of Councilmember LaBouvet, and in particular with the findings of site and architecture in terms of mass and bulk. And I'm not convinced that the changes made have addressed the site compatibility issues at this time. And as far as the trees go, eucalyptus we know can fall, can tip over if they're not well, and those are very large eucalyptus trees, so that could be problematic. So that being said, in the interest of moving along, everyone has pretty much said what they've said. So do we have a motion? Oh. Councilmember LaBouvet?
I'll make a motion. And Steve, I'll try to read this in, but so you don't have to jot it down, I can email it to you directly after if this motion works for you. So I'll make a motion to deny the appeal based on similar findings of the Site and Architectural Commission. The proposed structures are not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood or prominent hillside corner lot due to the bulk and mass of a design intended for a flat lot. Number two, the orientation and location of the structures prominently in the rear corner of the lot does not take into account the visual impact and privacy concerns. Number three, the proposed application is not consistent with Monte Sereno design guidelines, especially 4B3, structures on prominent, highly visible hilltops or ridge lines should flow with the land and may be required to be 1 story, and 4C1, on a sloping site, the structure should be stepped down the hill utilizing 1-story building elements. And number 4, the proposed structure locations and design do not adequately retain and protect existing and historic neighboring trees, especially the oak in the middle of the lot, and risk to historic eucalyptus trees. That's my motion, long-winded as it may be.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that, please.
Council member, the Monte Sereno Municipal Code requires the city to actually adopt those findings by resolution in 1008-060E. So I would recommend the motion actually be to direct staff to bring back a resolution for council to expressly adopt those findings.
Okay, I'll make a motion for the city staff to bring back a motion to deny this application.
All right, do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second it, please.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Gonzalez, roll call vote, please.
Yes. Councilmember Elahi?
No.
Councilmember LaBouvet?
Yes.
Councilmember Turner?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Luthold?
No.
And Mayor Lawler?
Yes.
You said yes, I'm sorry?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so motion passes 3-2.
All right, thank you. At this time, does anybody want to take a 3-minute break?
Yes. Very yes.
All right, we'll see everybody back at 10:45. Does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, is everyone back? I think we're still waiting for Councilmember Lahi. Ah, there you are. All right, moving on to item 10, unfinished business. Consideration of a resolution denying tentative parcel map TM 1701 to subdivide the existing 0.96 acre parcel at 18081 Saratoga Los Gatos Road into 4 lots, including 3 single-family lots served by a private street cul-de-sac. Mr. Rudin, would you like to report on this?
I believe Councilmember Labouvet has raising his hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For the
There you are.
purpose.
I was so busy reading the resolution.
Yeah,
Go
thank
ahead,
you.
Councilmember.
So I need to recuse from this item.
Oh, that's right. You do.
Due to proximity of real property to this property. So please text me when you're done. Thank you.
All right, will do. Thank you. All right, Mr. Rudin, do you have a report?
I do not have a specific report. The council had held a public hearing on this item during our last regular meeting and directed the preparation of a resolution denying this project. You know, before we venture down, I did want to make sure the council is feels ready to consider this item. You know, if you feel the need, if you do not feel like I've sufficiently answered your questions regarding the threat of litigation that we received in the prior closed session, please let me know, and certainly the council can decide to continue this item to another subsequent meeting if that is deemed necessary.
All right, thank you. Council member questions? All right, seeing none, I will open up to public hearing. Council recognizes Annette Seaborn.
Oh, hi, this is Annette Seaborn. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for taking some time. And thank you, Mayor and council members, for listening to me. It's been a long night. You guys have a tough job. So I just wanted to thank you guys for everything that you do. I just wanted to kind of go ahead and say a few comments about the resolution that, that I've received, I've seen. I just wanted to say I really appreciate the feedback that I got from some of the council members. And I really feel good about moving into a different direction. I do feel that the resolutions did not adequately address the reasons why it was denied. And I believe the Housing Accountability Act was not adhered to. But that being said, it was suggested to me to look into a 2-lot split. And so I will be taking the 3-lot split off of the table. And I don't know what that means because I'm not an expert and I'm not a developer, but I would like to move it to a 2-lot split. Some of the concerns that I have that I just wanted to note publicly was a council member and his wife promoting on the Nextdoor platform misinformation as to a lot of Monte Sereno residents. They were had scare tactics that they were told, I'll just quote what they said, what's to stop a 4-plex or main dwelling with 2 ADUs? This will ruin Monte Sereno. That misinformation and the scare tactics, I don't really appreciate. You know, I've been a resident, as you know, my entire life, which is a very long time. And I would like to keep this in a situation where we're all working together. Like I said, I did hear what council told me, and they felt like 2 was a better solution. So I am starting from scratch. I am working with staff, and I will be coming up with a new plan for 2 lots. I also wanted to note the things that were mentioned on here that were not consistent. It says the city general plan, open space conservative policies. That was developed for a Hillsborough open space to provide recreational opportunities for the town. This was not for an open space, and the property is 3 blocks from downtown, so it's a completely different scenario. They also mentioned OCS 5, that supports the preservations of important cultural resources. That was noted in the resolution. There are no cultural resources found within the community. 5.1 was to preserve the town owned historical resources when practical and involve public in determining which of these resources. Again, there was no resource. So you know, some of the other things it talked about, I know I have 3 minutes, so I'm trying to go fast. In regards to the trees, again, the trees that I had, most of them were on the peripheral, and 0 were claimed to be excellent condition. If anyone's walked the property, they're in really poor condition. As a matter of fact, they're deemed out of the 46 trees, and by the way, those trees are just overgrown bushes. 26 were in poor or fair condition that needed to be removed, and there was only 10 trees that were in a good condition. So a lot of the things that were mentioned in here just kind of were just so inaccurate. I just needed to talk about that. It did talk about, you know, it was not appropriate to have a cul-de-sac where there was no such streets and no such cul-de-sacs. Right across the street, there was a cul-de-sac. So that was, again, misinformation. They talked about the trees on the scenic highway. Currently, there are no trees on the scenic highway, and I developed a really nice plan that took a lot of time and effort to make that a really pretty scenic highway. So I hope to bring again some of the things that I felt like was a great attribute for Monte Sereno in the next plan. And you know, even though these were 11,500 square foot lots with neighbors on 8,000 square foot lots, I felt like it was consistent with the neighborhood. The new plan would be around 20,000 square foot lots. So hopefully, and I have no understanding if that would be, you know, consistent with the neighborhood, considering 8,000 square foot lots are rounding. So hopefully when I bring back the new proposal as kind of recommended by the council, that it goes a little bit more in favor to me. So with that, I just wanted to thank everyone. And I know it's a long night for you guys. And again, I really appreciate, I know this is a volunteer position, and God bless you for doing it. It's a big job. So again, thanks again, and good night.
Thank you very much, Ms. Seaborn. I look forward to seeing your new plans.
Great, thank you.
All right, back to council member discussion. Any questions, or just raise your hand. Mayor Pro Tem Luthold.
Yes, thank you. I do, first I want to update my disclosures subsequent to the closed session where the threat of litigation was the subject matter. Subsequent to that, and without disclosing information from that, I did have a long discussion with Ms. Seaborn, roughly 40 minutes. And I'll circle back around to some of my thoughts, which I shared with her at that time. I also had a call with Mr. Jeff Forster of about 15 minutes. He is the neighbor on Arley, the other neighbor, in addition to the Labouvets, who backs up against the property directly. So I wanted to disclose those. Speaking to the issues that have been raised, I wanted to make it very clear that I am neither a promoter of 1 lot, 2 lots, or 3 lots. I am interested in knowing what the best design for this property is. I think Site and Architecture gave some good input here, but may not have put the applicant on the right track. I don't know that the applicant is on the right track by saying, okay, fine, I'll do 2 lots. Maybe she got that sense from conversations she's had with various council members. But I don't want to say that there is any predetermination by me that 2 lots is somehow superior to 3 lots. I actually think you may need to be careful what you ask for if people are looking for 2 lots here, because the guidelines for homes on 2 lots are going to be very different than the guidelines for 3 lots. My personal preference on this from the beginning has been that the applicant make it very clear that what we see is what we get. And my concern about splitting the home design off from the subdivision was that I have to look at a worst case scenario when we're talking about that. The same is going to be applied to 2 lots, except it's going to be a much worst case scenario in terms of ADUs and potential ADU placement, in terms of overall square footage, in terms of potential for 2-story buildings with much higher square footage. So I don't know whether 2 lots or 3 lots is best. My suggestion ultimately is that we see about getting an unofficial mediation going between the neighbors and Ms. Seaborn. I know this is not something formally that the city has a process for, but I think that it would be appropriate. I think there has been a lot of hurt feelings and animosity and some communications difficulties. And I think the neighbors need to recognize that something is going to be built. They don't ultimately control what gets built, but if they can propose solutions of what would be appropriate on that property, and they can come to an agreement with Ms. Seaborn that that would be doable for her and potentially, I assume, profitable for her since she's treating this as a development, that would be the way to go, because rejecting development there is going to buy the city a lawsuit. And I don't want to be leading to that. So 2 lots, 3 lots, I don't believe 4 could be fit in there, or 1 lot. Somebody needs to figure that out and bring us a great plan that meets the development guidelines, because site and architecture is going to be applying those again, which means we need to fit in the slope, natural topography, trees, all of that's going to need to be addressed when we see this again. So those are my comments. Sorry I went long.
All right, thank you. Any other council member comments? Council member Elahi?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think Mayor Pro Tem's Sean's suggestion of trying to see if this thing can be worked out with the neighbors is a great one. I think that would help before the developer spends a lot of time and effort and money in coming up with a plan that gets rejected or goes nowhere because of issues that may come up. And I don't think we have a process of doing that, but there's always mediations available. I know there's a city council person on Los Gatos who also does a lot of mediation. If you want their name, I can get them to you, or I'm sure Steve, our city manager, also knows her. She was a former mayor of Los Gatos and she's still on the city council, but she does a lot of mediations and maybe the right person to handle this. But I think that's probably a good start point. And talking about litigation, I am really concerned about it. I know everybody's got a lot of costs involved in litigation, and hopefully this is not going to end up there. But for us to continue always rejecting our city planning reports as out of hand and not being able to justify the substantial evidence, meeting the substantial evidence test of denials, we need to budget more for our litigation in our budget. So if we haven't put enough money, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner, any comments?
Yes, so I also had a conversation with Ms. Seaborn, and I think our conversation had to do with going back and redesigning the property based on what she felt she wanted to do with it. She indicated she wanted to do a 2-lot split, and we talked about the process for doing that. Going back to getting her engineers looking at what is the best way to do that, bringing it to site and architecture, and then involving our city manager along with the city planner to actually get some approvals along the way with site and architecture, so that at the end of this process, there are not going to be any surprises. So that along the way, she will be able to say, yes, I feel comfortable going to the next step. And then by the time she comes to council, then it will be basically an easy process, because she knows that she has the buy-in of the neighbors and site and architecture, and she feels comfortable with the cost that it's going to cost. So that's what I have.
All right, thank you. I think that's very interesting, and that's good news. I think that's a very good idea. At this point, Mr. Rudin or Mr. Leonardis, what shall we do? Are we?
Thank you, Mayor Lawler. So I think there has to be a motion made this evening, because there's a resolution that has to be adopted. And when it comes to the other discussion points, the neighborhood meeting, that can probably be arranged by Ms. Seaborn and some of the neighbor contacts that she's made, if she wishes to do so. I heard encouraging, remarks from the applicant, and I heard, a consensus from council. I think everybody wants to see this move forward in a positive fashion that's productive and will avoid any form of litigation. And I'm just waiting for the next step here on the staff end. So council has to go ahead and make a motion and vote.
And
Yes,
in terms of considerations, the council has to, I think, tonight make a decision as to whether adopt the proposed resolution or decide that it wants to, take some additional time to think about it. Due to the litigation concerns that have been mentioned. But the city council does have to act, before July 2nd, otherwise the project is deemed approved. Additionally, while it is, good for the city council to encourage the applicant to, reach out to neighbors, et cetera, in advance of the, resubmission of some sort of other project for this site, the city really cannot and will not require the applicant to absolutely get the buy-in of the neighbors, and because we have no method of specifically requiring that. Ultimately, when this project comes back, the city is going to need to review it on its merits. And while certainly neighbors can raise concerns, the city council is, as it has previously considered this project, going to be required to, apply its standards in its subdivision ordinance, its general plan, et cetera, and look at compliance with actual city requirements for subdivisions.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Leopold?
Yes, thank you. So I would like to move that we vote to adopt the resolution that is before us with one change. I noticed that in the resolution there is a reference to the east side Quito Fire Station. I think that was a typo that came in from some cut and paste. So striking the reference to and a residence and the Quito Fire Station immediately to the west. We can just simply strike that, and then I would propose that we adopt the resolution that was submitted to the council for consideration today.
All right, do we have a second?
Second that.
All right, Ms. Gonzalez, roll call vote, please.
Do you need public comment on this?
We had public comment on this.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, can I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Councilmember Elahi?
No.
Councilmember Turner?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Luthold?
Yes.
And Mayor Lawler?
Yes.
So motion passes 3-1 with 1 abstain. Refused. Excused, sorry.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item number 12. We'll wait for Councilmember LaBoy to return.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, there you are. Moving on to item 12, report on status of local emergency and consideration of terminating local emergency. Mr. Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Lawler. I will be brief considering the late hour this evening. The county revised the health order again on June 10th with an emphasis on expanded COVID-19 testing because there is more availability of testing. They have about 6 mobile or 6 testing location sites now being employed throughout Santa Clara County. And the health order now requires all health care facilities in Santa Clara County to provide diagnostic testing for symptomatic persons, for those who have came in contact with symptomatic persons, and for those who are at an increased risk of exposure to COVID-19, working in high-risk settings, mass transit, etc. Those types of scenarios, frontline workers, etc. So currently, the city of Monte Sereno is still closed. We are still operating under shelter in place by an order of the original health order on March 17th. And in Monte Sereno, there are no known cases. We still show as less than 10 on the county website, which means we don't have any cases. They don't report numbers below 10. And that concludes my report this evening. I'm open for questions. We also may be considered as a remote testing location. I was prompted on that last week on the call, but no further information on that as of yet.
All right, thank you. Any council member questions? Nope. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Moving on to committee and commission reports. Do we have any committee or commission reports at this time?
And Mayor, did we skip item 11? Or did I just miss what are we dealt with that?
We missed it. We changed the order. We did it before item 9. All right, no committee or commission reports. Oh, yes, Mayor Pro Tem Luthold.
Sorry, I don't want to put it off because I'll forget it by next time around. I did attend the VTA Policy Advisory Committee meeting for the Highway 85 corridor. They are in the process of considering what to do with some $300,000+ of Measure B money that is dedicated to creating transit along that corridor. They are moving very much towards a dedicated bus lane, and they offered us reports on that, provided those reports at the very last minute. So we are going to continue the process of reviewing the reports. There is a general consensus and certainly a large public consensus that those funds for Measure B were to create some sort of transit. And so there is a staff report on that. I think we should make sure that that gets published. I will work with the city staff to make sure that over the next few weeks we inform the community what's going on with VTA and the Highway 85 corridor, and how people can offer input if they have input at this point in time. So by September, a decision will be made on that. So we're going to solicit more input and then be directing the advisory committee to the actual VTA board as to what the advisory committee believes should be done.
All right, thank you very much. Any other commission reports? Councilmember Lahi?
Thank you. Yeah, I attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy meeting last week, and they're really moving forward with their clean energy plan and signing a lot of resources for the future. And what they've signed up now is for an 80 megawatt solar and storage power purchase agreement, which will provide 80 megawatts of renewable solar photovoltaic supply and 20 megawatts battery supply over a 3-year period. This is their 5th long-term renewable contract, and interestingly, they have now invested over $1 billion for new renewables. So they've just hit the $1 billion mark. So I think they'll be serving the valley or the county well with renewable resources. That's my report.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? All right, then I'd like to move on to council member comments, and I'd like to begin with acknowledging that we have received a request from the public regarding a resolution supporting Black Lives Matter and social justice. And to address that, I think we could be much more effective and proactive, actually, than instead of a resolution. I suggest that we do these 2 things. 1, we direct the remaining $3,000 we have in our grant funds that we did not direct this year to the local chapter of NAACP. And 2, I propose our city establish a Spirit of Martin Luther King annual scholarship to be awarded every year to a local graduating senior who has made social justice a priority in their life. Does anybody have any comments regarding that? Councilmember Lahi?
Yeah, I think it's a good start. I think there's a call for action. We need to do something also. So I think looking at this as a first step, it's a good start, and has also pitched in. I guess Next Door Neighborhood has a whole bunch of comments on it. And they're looking for, a sign that we are also concerned about what's going on, and we all are. So I think this is a great step.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Turner, did you have something to say? No, okay. Any other comments? Councilmember Leuthold?
Thank you. I do like your idea, and supportive of having you work and bring that back to us as soon as you can, really, and maybe get some publicity out about it so that the people know that we are indeed working on that. I don't think we have a whole lot of the public here at the tail end of this meeting, although I noticed a few people have stuck it out, and I appreciate that. One comment that I wanted to bring up is the housing accountability, which has been tossed out twice today as an issue that we need to be aware of. I would like to see us get a full briefing on that from the city attorney and see a solution proposed, because if we are going to have a 30-day deadline for after plans are final, then that's way back when the planning people are just still looking at these matters and long before site and architecture gets their hands on them. So we're going to need to change our review policy if that's going to be an issue that comes up again. So I would request that that actually come up as an action item. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Labouvet?
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment that I really like your suggestions towards the Black Lives Matter. And so yeah, I fully support that. Thanks.
Thank you. Then at this time, Mr. Leonardis, do we direct staff to come back with those items on the next agenda?
Yes, Mayor. So what I would propose is sometime, and it may have to be in August, we would have to bring back the idea of making the official donation. I assume there would have to be a resolution adopted to donate funds. and I'll ask Mr. Rudin more about that. And then as far as creating the program for the scholarship, I would think probably a good idea would be to engage the community and perhaps have a panel who could put together some guidelines and then engage the local high school, I'm assuming Los Gatos High School, where we would award the scholarship. So I could reach out to the superintendent at Los Gatos High School and let them know of our idea. And this can be an ongoing or an annual scholarship program. I think it's a wonderful idea. So the goal, I think, would be to establish the criteria, create a process of evaluation, and have some kind of an evaluation committee. And then we could go bring this back so next spring when they award the scholarships, the very first recipient of that scholarship can be awarded that scholarship. And when it comes to the monetary donation, you mentioned the NAACP. I will also look into other potential organizations as well outside of the NAACP that do different things. So I'll see if we can compile some other alternatives.
Okay, great. I look forward to getting.
And I'm very sorry about the echo.
That's all right. I look forward to getting all that done. Thank you. All right, moving on to city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment on one thing that Mayor Pro Tem Ruthold said earlier. He said $300,000, but it was actually about $350 million from the VTA that they're trying to decide what to do with. And it's because of the late hour, I think. So I just wanted to bring that. There's a numerical difference, a substantial numerical difference there.
Pretty soon it adds up to real money.
that adds up to quite a bit of money. And I wanted to also mention that I looked into Council Member Elahi's request about bonding, and I'm working on that project. I'm going to bring some alternatives forward to Council, and there's some better alternatives than bonding. And something called a private placement loan might be one option, where the city just goes and borrows the money directly from a bank, and it's a lot less expensive, and there's a lot less legal monitoring of that money, in the sense where you have to have a bond committee year after year and a bond attorney and all these things. So it's more like a bank loan. And the objective of this would be to, if the city can borrow a big lump sum of money, is it more cost effective or more economical to bid all the remaining streets that we need to do in the Better Streets program at one time and have them done all at one time, and see if there is some efficiencies to be gained there that could save us quite a bit of money than bidding them just a couple streets at a time for the next 5 years or whatnot. So I'll be working along with engineer Jessica Kahn as well, and bringing something forward for council to consider with this plan in the future.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Elahi.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's good you're being creative and coming up with alternate solutions. I would like to keep that bond idea running in parallel, because one advantage of bond is it could be a long-term bond and the interest rate is fixed. With bank loans, you may end up getting a variable interest rate, which could get us into trouble. So I would suggest keeping both tracks going, and then we can figure out what works, if any of them works. Because ultimately, we want to make sure whatever interest we are paying, it helps us save on inflationary costs that may come down the pipeline. But it's good you're being creative, but I would request that you keep both on track.
Thank you, Councilmember Elahi. And yes, I would agree. Whatever is the most economical way. The interest rates are 2% and 3%, like a 20-year fixed plan. So we'll see. Of course, more details have to be researched. But when I come forward with, a staff report in the future, probably the August timeframe on this matter, council can review it and make their considerations at the time we bring it forward.
All right, thank you. Well then, you guys, it's 11:19. It's time to adjourn the City of Monte Sereno City Council meeting on June 16th, 2020. Now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.